Pigeon House, who's come to claim Whiskey Wealth as they straighten past the 2, 1 left to jump in the specialist group handicap hurdle. And it is Pigeon House who's gone for this race. Killymore Lad comes out of the pack to pick up the chase. Then Mackinamillion, Whiskey Wealth fades, narrowed down the outside. Coming to the final flight, it's Pigeon House from Killymore Lad, the challenger. Narrowed 2 lengths off them, but closing inside the final furlong. Timeless Pieces down at the last. It's Pigeon House, strongly pressed by Killymore Lad. They're locked together. Pigeon House on the inside, and Nico de Boinville are forging on by 3 parts of a length to see off Killymore Lad. Third is Nara, a gap in the median arranger, the club manager and McNamara.
The mud splatter colours can't quite identify it at the moment as they come down towards the second last. In the centre it's Hurricane Bailey with the advantage, and coming through on the outside is Cooltubber Diva to go into second. Third on the inside Palace Athene, and heading between the final 2 flights it's Hurricane Bailey with the advantage for Sean Cleary. Farrell being pressed on the outside by Cooltubber Diva. Over the last, Hurricane Bailey and Cooltubber Diva, and racing inside the final 150 is Cooltubber Diva, who's come through on the stand side to head Hurricane Bailey with Judicious Ellen coming with a wet sail on the outside and is going to grab them all from an unlikely position. Judicious Ellen wins it from
over the second last. These 5 followed then by a Fading Henning, and then She's a Fine Wine. Roy Legal has tried to pick up Miss Forey into the straight. Fractional leader from Champella, then Minx Tiara. And Law Ferrone in Franchise has found Precious Little, the final flight, and it's Miss Forey and Jay Cohn racing up towards the final 200 yards with challenging Champella and Darrow Keefe on the outside, and it's Champella wading away at Miss Forey, well cleared of Roy Legal as Champella.
It's the hurdles track. Last year they did that move to the inside track to get the better ground. It's a different. So probably a subject for later this evening. We've got have a bit more time, but maybe the folly again of having an Ascot card 2 weeks before their Champions Day card, when you know what the ground's going to be like. And it's going to get no respite between now and then. I mean, once it opens up at this time of year, it doesn't quicken.
No, not at all. I doubt it will get much quicker either until probably the spring. But welcome to England. Sligo is coming up for the 1:15, which is due off 1:17. So have a look at the opening 2 mile 1 furlong beginners chase. Nara is the 11 to 10 market leader for JP McManus, Henry de Bromhead and Mark Walsh. 11 to 8 for Judicious Alain, Willie Mullins teaming up with Paul Townend. 10 to 1 and bigger the remainder. Sorry to anyone else who's turned up, John, but we've got Willie Mullins taking on Henry de Bromhead, albeit the depth is also sort of looking at bigger yards as well with Mullins and Elliott, but it seems to be a strong 2 at the end of the market.
Yeah, I've got to be honest with you, Luke. It's not a race I'm keen on to start the day, because we've got at the head of the market Nara, a JP horse who we haven't seen for 5 months, but our favourite for one of the good races at the handicap hurdles at the Punchestown Festival. Ran very well that day to come third. That was off the back of an okay run in the juvenile handicap hurdle at Cheltenham. Now goes over fences, and they've got that little allowance as well for the 4-year-olds. And probably on balance, I prefer that to Judicious Allen, who has had the experience of 1 run over fences. That was in midsummer at Tipperary, where it ran well for a long way, but it came down at the last, had quite a heavy fall. But it's obviously okay. It was actually before that these 2 met in that Punchestown handicap hurdle in May, when Nara came out by some way the best, by about 13 lengths on that occasion. Judicious Allen had jumped well enough in the main up until that heavy fall at the last. Obviously seemed to be fine now to be running again. I'll probably be with Nara, but given we've not seen the horse over hurdles, over fences so far, it's coming back from the break. It's not a race I'm that keen on. Of the others, third favourite for Gordon Elliott has had 5 goes over fences. Still doesn't seem particularly fluent and was readily left behind at Balin Road last time. And they're all over the place trying to find out what trip it wants. It's already tried 2 and 3 miles in the last couple of months. So tentatively, I'm going to be with Nara, but it's a race I'd be quite happy to sit out, given we've got about 40 or so more, whatever it is now, for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, it's an introduction anyway, but hopefully we'll find a nice one in this spot. Paul has emailed in. I'm going to read this out, John, not for you to answer now, but for you to prep, okay? It says, afternoon, Luke. Happy Tuesday. Really looking forward to the start of the National Hunt season. Just purchased my October Cheltenham tickets. That'll be a great time. One of the best meetings of the calendar year to go to is the October meeting. It says, quick question for John O'Connell. Could he please give me a novice hurdler and novice chaser to follow for the season, please? Regards, Paul in Nottingham. So, John O'Connell, that's your homework for at some point today, okay?
Novice hurdler, novice chaser for the season.
Correct.
Okay, I'm with you.
Coming into line over at Sligo. Let's go taking the call for the beginner's chase.
Mares Beginners Chase. They head into the home straight on their way towards the first of 11 fences. Pebble Bleu, the grey on the inside, is one of the first to show with Miss Gherkin and Nara. Fofer wider on the course. Fofer makes a slight error. Judicious Elen pecked notably on landing over number 1. Sits in the 5th position. Races in front of Mount Sinai. And Talia Levine is back marker of a nicely strung out group of 7 headed past the enclosures by Pebble Bleu. Has the advantage in the hands of Philip Enright of a length over Miss Gherkin in the yellow and green colours. A breakdown of a couple of lengths to Nara in the green and gold hoop jacket with the white cap is just racing a shade keenly on the downhill run on their way towards fence number 2. Fofer is in 4th, red and yellow colours, races in front of Mount Sinai, another one racing a shade keenly, dark green and white colours on the inside. Judicious Elen is out wide in green and yellow as the leader took a real chance out over number 2, did Pebble Bleu. Survives without losing too much momentum, still maintains the advantage of 2.5 lengths as they continue the run down along the back straight on their way towards fence number 3. Behind Judicious Elen is the back marker Howie Levine, second of the greys in the white cap. So out over number 3, Pebble Bleu was better out over it than she had done at fence number 2. It allows her to extend her advantage now up to 3 lengths over Miss Gherkin on the outside of Nara, who makes her chase debut here, a former winner of a listed race over hurdles in Otoy at the start of her career. She races on the inside of Fofer and Danny Gilligan as they head out over the open ditch, jumping a ditch at fences 4 and 9 in our opener. Behind Fofer races Judicious Elen, who was lucky final fence faller at Tipperary time point-to-point winner earlier in the year. But it is Pebble Bleu and Philip Enright who lead them on their way towards fence number 6. Fofer, not for the first time, dived somewhat through it in mid-division in that yellow and red jacket, but it's Pebble Bleu that leads Miss Gherkin and Jordan Gainford. Nara is in 3rd and Mark Walsh is in front of Fofer and Danny Gilligan. Judicious Elen and Paul Townend is on the outside of stable companion Mount Sinai and Brian Hayes, with Howie Levine and Keith Dunn, who has never left the rear of the field. So the 7 runners race right-handed, covered by about 8 lengths as they race downhill on their way towards fence number 7, and this is 5 from the finish in the Irish Stallion Farms EBF Mares Beginners Chase. It's Pebble Bleu with Miss Gherkin closing the gap now to within a length as they close in on this 5th last fence. Nara's travelled strongly throughout on the inside, but got it wrong and is gone. Nara exits at the 5th last. Horse is safely away. Mark Walsh also to his feet. Opens the race up somewhat as they head on their way towards the 4th last. Pebble Bleu maintaining the narrow advantage of just a length over Miss Gherkin on the outside. Fofer. Mount Sinai on the inside trying to improve position. Judicious Elen on the outside. Howie Levine, the latest one to exit the race on ships. Keith Donoghue, who's safely to his feet. So we started with 7, down to 5 in the last half a mile. The quintet that remain are tightly grouped, racing out of the back on their way towards the final ditch. This is 3 from the finish, and it's Pebble Bleu with the advantage on the inside. Now, though, gets a shake of the reins from Philip Enright. Miss Gherkin goes well in the yellow colours. Judicious Elen in green, improving on the outside. Fofer is next, but is driven behind these, trying to improve with Mount Sinai on the outside, but turning for home. There's just 1 fence left to jump in our opener, and it is Miss Gherkin with a narrow advantage over Judicious Elen. Fofer with a renewed rally on the inside. Mount Sinai is next. Judicious Elen comes to tackle and pass Miss Gherkin as they race inside the final 100. Judicious Elen with the final fence casualty on her chase debut at Tipperary last time, but makes no mistakes at the second time of asking for Paul Townend and Willie Mullins. Miss Gherkin, Mount Sinai, Fofer, and they were in front of Pebble Bleu.
Yeah, plenty of drama in the first chase race here at Sligo, and the winner is Judicious Elen, who wasn't great herself at the first, but Paul Townend's race horsemanship here, he basically just didn't rush things, looked after her, and obviously with Nara coming out of the race, who took up about half the market, and we understand all is well with those who had mishaps. Here is the first, and here's Paul on the left. And if you had backed this horse, I imagine your confidence was massively dented. Great sit by Paul as well. Her head was well down, but I mean, I'm sure in running here she went way out in the betting, because she's lost quite a few lengths on Nara, who's a small bit keen early on in the race, but Paul is just happy to sit and accept that there are 2 miles left and there's no point rushing her. And she did obviously have a mishap at the last race, and here's Nara, who all have been going so well, and I think that goes down as a novice fall, but that could have been a lot worse. She was happily out on her feet, and I think Mark was up pretty readily as well. And as we come then down to the closing stages, it's a good run from Miss Gherkin. I think she's been to provide the Gurkha with his first winner over fences with his stock. She had the form to run well. She just made a bad mistake the last time. She didn't actually shape badly on that chase day, but she ran well and gave the second favourite plenty to think about. But it's good race riding here from Paul, because he just took his time, and he didn't panic, and obviously he had that bit of luck on his side. But when you go from falling at the last to making a bad mistake at the first in the space of a few seconds of race riding, obviously space between the weeks and since she ran at Tipperary, that's far from ideal, and I'm sure he wasn't sure what to expect there.
failed to get up and beat September Leaves with Blue Soul. Another neck away in third. And Purple Sky was back in fourth place. Jim Bulger's fillies. So Gandolfo coming on in here. He's a nicely bred horse as well. He's a 3-parts brother to Curly, who won a Bluebell Stakes for Aidan O'Brien. Looks like Man is King is going to try and do another circuit. Obviously a mile isn't far enough for him. But he seems on good terms with himself. Hopefully he'll be caught soon. He's going a fair lick there past the stalls again and seems intent on using up most of his energy. The second favourite when we were having a look at them last time was Dark Viper for Jessica Harrington, and he's a horse who will go well in this ground. He ran well at Sligo, over 5.5 furlongs back in early August. That was his first run back after a break when he's finished second behind Noble Nation of Gerald Leary's. Just hearing that Man is King, unsurprisingly, has been withdrawn after doing probably 3 miles by the time he gets back around to the winning post. But Dark Viper went on from there at Roscommon then next time and was only beaten a half a length by Can Do, Philip Burns' mare. He was out in stall 17 that day and he made good ground. He challenged a furlong out and he actually led inside the final furlong. He was only headed close home by Can Do. And Sneddy Eddie was back in third place that day. So it was a nice performance by Dark Viper. He's a half-brother to Sea of Thieves as well, who won a listed race in France on soft ground. So he does go well on this ground. And he wasn't beaten far by a memory of David Mernans the last day at Listowel, just about a week ago. And he's not in to be claimed. Like Gandolfo, this is an optional claiming maiden, obviously. So as the name suggests, there is the option to put them in with a claiming tag, and Gandolfo and Dark Viper, the connections haven't availed of that. There's Lost Soul, Jack Cleary, beside Kevin Prendergast's horse on the way. I think that's down the back straight. So it's all happening here. There's Gandolfo, Colin Keane, looking nonplussed by all that's going on around it. Great to see Mutas RF win the Navigation Stakes of Cork yesterday, wasn't it? He's such a stalwart for the Lions team, for Colin Keane. And Gandolfo coming in here with a big chance, with blinkers replacing the cheap pieces that he normally wears, actually. Red Special is another one who's high in the market. William McCurry's horse, who finished fourth behind Roman Harriet Laytown the last day, when he travelled well through his race. He stayed on well to take fourth place. He was only beaten just over a length by Claire O'Connell's horse, and he had Jenny Macaroni and Lohengrin just in front of him. This is a good trip for him. Slight step back up and trip to a mile. He's been running over 10 furlongs and racing as if he might be better just drop down a wee bit and trip, and tried 7 furlongs the last day at Leyda, he stayed on really well over the 7 furlongs. So looks to be fine as well. Jack Cleary likewise. And Red Special, this 1 mile trip might be ideal for Billy Lee taking the ride. I think Billy Lee is 7 behind Colin Keane in the Jockeys Championship, so not that much in it. And the two of them are a little way clear of Shane Foley in third place. Lost Soul just getting his tack checked, as I think that's still Man is King on another circuit. Looks like he's beginning to tire himself out anyway. We'll never know how he would have fared if all that energy had been used in the race itself. Gold Rush King, interesting horse for Pat McGee, Robbie Colgan taking the ride, and he's in here to be claimed for 20,000. He's carrying 9 stone 5 as a consequence. He finished 9th behind Ostraka of Danny Murphy's. At the Curragh last time. That was his first run back after a little break, since he'd finished 3rd behind Her Ladyship at Sligo on soft ground. That was a good run behind Andy McNamara's filly, and he's only had those 4 runs. He was gelded after he finished 2nd behind Ursula Ryden in a maiden on soft ground at Navan at the back end of last season, and returned here. It was a good return back. He was pretty well beaten the last day at the Curragh. But if he can step forward from that and leave that run behind him, then on the basis of a Sligo run in here and a mark of, well, he's got a weight of 9 stone 5. He's got a rating of 69. So he's only £2 inferior to Gandolfo, from whom he receives £3, and he's actually rated superior to Red Special and to Dark Viper. And he's lightly raced as well. He's the first foal out of a mare, a pivotal mare who won over 7 furlongs. So not surprising that he has proven that he can handle this soft ground well. And Pat McGee's horses are in good form. He had Nika Rika ran well at Listowel, Arch Enemy as well, who we're going to see later on, ran well at Listowel. Looks like Man as King has doubled back. He's now going right-handed. Back down the back straight, and he's going to come up to the stalls now. Hopefully he'll slow down when he gets there. And hopefully he'll be caught soon. No sign of them loading yet, obviously. The loading process can't begin until Man as King has been caught. Lost Soul, we had a look at Lost Soul in the parade ring on Extra. He's a nicely bred horse of Kevin Prendergast. Kevin Prendergast, he had Réponse Finale, was only just beaten by State of Joy there at Down Royal on Sunday in the 2-year-old fillies race. And we're going to see Coopy Conform of Kevin Prendergast later on. There's Lost Soul in the Kevin Prendergast colours. And he was well beaten behind Arden Amara on his racecourse debut at Punchestown there a couple of weeks ago. So he's going to have to do better than that. He was sent off a big price that day. It was a 50-1 shot. But he's a half-brother to My Sapphire, who was a good filly for Kevin Prendergast. And he's a half-brother to the Abbey as well, who was a real stalwart for Gordon Elliott and the When in Rome partnership. Unlucky. Nearly got Man as King. He's off again. So we're well past post time now, 5 minutes past post time. So apologies for this delay. It's obviously unavoidable. But in the meantime, we'll just check in again with the studio. I'm back with Tom.
followed by Red Special, Handy, Dark Viper on the outside. These are tracked by Gandolfo. Not far behind the leaders is Gold Rush Kid and then Lost Soul and Perfect Timing. Easy Shine a Diamond, Begley's Forge, and Zoffany Gold the back mark.
First handicap, Mark.
Try and grab a word with Ruth Card, the winning jockey Charlie Parker's second success for her. Ruth, can I go now? Can I go now? Because I want to watch Musselburgh. Ruth, can I come to you? Ruth Carr's trained the first winner of the afternoon here at Catterick with foreseeable future. Well done. Thank you. He was in Bath in that series final last time out. A little bit camera waters today.
Yes, and he's actually retiring today.
Oh, is he?
So, and Charlie, from the Yard's ridden him, and he's been a really grand servant for us all these years.
The rail with Red Special coming to challenge, followed by Rennie Artois. Right in behind them is Gandolfo. Few lengths then to Lost Soul and Gold Rush Kid as Dark Viper just leads Red Special with trying to challenge on the inside Gandolfo. Racing towards the final 150 yards, and it's Dark Viper strongly pressed on the inside by Gandolfo, and it's Gandolfo getting on top now. Gandolfo has found his level for Colin Keane, no meat. Second Dark Viper, Red Special third.
Gandolfo has got off the mark. He's done it nicely, got a nice gap on the inside. And Colin Keane had to bide his time for a little bit. He had to allow the leaders go on. Red Special go up on the outside of Dark Viper and they went on together, but it looked like he was holding on to plenty. And when he asked Gandolfo to pick up, he picked up well. He got that gap on the inside and stayed on really strongly. He got away a lot more quickly today than he has been doing of late. But here's where you can just see Colin Keane in behind in the Patricia Hunt colours. The pink colours in behind. Here's where Dark Viper goes for home under Shane Foley, Billy Lee up on the outside on Red Special, and the two of them are engaged in a little bit of a toe-to-toe, but Colin Keane spots that gap on the inside. There's plenty of room there. Up he goes. He had the horse to get him there as well, and he's gone on one with a little bit in hand. You have to suggest he's got a rating of 71. He was conceding weight to Red Special. He was racing off on level terms with Dark Viper, but he's done this well. Rennie Artois took them along under Shamie Heffernan, James Nash's horse, for a long way. He led them into the home straight. He's just coming under a ride here as Dark Viper goes on. And there you can see the gap on the inside. Obviously, it's a big gap. Colin Keane isn't going to give that one up. Moves up on the inside and joins Dark Viper over the path. And he momentum up, kept on really well. Gold Rush Kid has kept on well into fourth place.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, cracking little contest this, in which really flatbread horses predominate. Sligo wouldn't be the hardest fences to jump in the world, but they are there to be jumped, as we saw in the race that preceded it. And there is the beautiful backdrop on a beautiful day in Sligo today. And as the horses go down to post, couple in picture there at sort of bigger prices. If You Let Me, who's the top of the picture, this is a very interesting runner for Kieran Buckley, whose brother Finn was seen to good effect on the flat at the Epic Listowel Festival that we had last week. He actually has won a point-to-point. He was rated 119 over fence as well, and he was actually favourite over fences against Presenting Lad, who's had a great summer. Made a late mistake. That was back in Roscommon in August. He's definitely not to be dismissed here. Number 2 that's just gone past us. Let's look at one while he's there, Brazil. What do you make of this horse? I was amazed at how short he was in the betting on a beginner's chase behind Monbeg Park and one Space Tourist who runs in the big one, race 8. That was at Wexford 2 runs back. He's by Galileo. He's definitely not bred to be a natural over fences, for all that, as you say, he obviously beat Gaelic Warrior back in the Fred Winter back in the day. But I suppose what was really disappointing then was he rocked up a Galway and just seemed to run no sort of race at a place where he was prosperous last year. He's only 6, so it's obviously only just 2.5 years or whatever since he won the Fred Winter. But where he's at now, I've no idea. But again, it's too early to write him off, and if he were to click today, he should have the ability to win this. Cossack Chak, who is in the Rectory Road Holding Limited kind of Wexford type maroon yellow and purple colours. He's dropping back in trip. His Sire Churchill has yet to have a winner over a fence. I think he's only one of 3 runners he's had. So early days for the Sire. Obviously another flatbread horse, but he ran over 2.7 the last day behind Northfield, Minnesota, who runs later on. And Stuzzakini, who also does, and was very short in the market all told, considering there was the doubt about the horses jumping. Was 3-1 favourite, and also the fact that he's so little chase experience, but he does seem to jump fences well enough. That was his second chase start, and I can only imagine dropping back in trip is going to be a major help here today. And keep an eye on the green and white. Valso Preza is a brother to one Presenting Percy, albeit does not have the talent or indeed the size I would have thought of his brother, but he started off over fences with a very nice run the last day at Perth, and certainly wouldn't be ruling him out. And on the extreme left is Hypotenuse, who's rather in and out, but has the size to be a chaser. Didn't look a natural the last time he tackled them behind Extrapolation at Ballinrobe. So as you say, Tom, fascinating little contest this. We don't have the 3 places, but we have plenty to ruminate over, and looks like Keith Donoghue's going to be handy on Hypotenuse, which is often his want. But as I say, keep an eye out for Kieran Buckley on stablemate, If You Let Me. It's been a splendid week for Gavin Cromwell and Keith Donoghue. But another horse to mention as well is Wandering Rocks in the blue and white. He's Ulysses' first ever runner over fences today. Ulysses is the sire of some good horses on the flat, most notably one trained by John J. Murphy, who sadly is out for the season. But Ulysses, he's getting his first start with a run over fences today, Wandering Rocks, and not a bad type in his day as well. But it looks like the market is going with Cossack Chak primarily, who has that chase experience. It does jump pretty well, all told, and does drop back in trip. These races today are going to be 2 minutes late, I think, up until the last. We're going to have a 2-minute delay, obviously, what with the cancellation elsewhere. So still about 45 minutes to post time. Mark Walsh riding Brazil. He'll be hoping for better luck, obviously, than in the first. He was very unfortunate on Nara, who Paul Townend actually opined after the race that he felt they were going quite quick. I spoke to connections of the winner after the race, but Nara, whether she were going quite quick or not, just was all too much for her, fell down the back. But Mark, thankfully, and Nara were both okay, and Mark in the JP McManus hoops here on Brazil will be bidding to have a bit better luck in this. So I imagine Keith Donoghue is going to be handy, as will JJ Slevin riding Cossack Chak, and likely a flatbread horse will win it. As for which one, Owen Ward will tell us very shortly. Beautiful, beautiful day here in Sligo for the students. Beautiful ground, and the white flag is raised.
Lockgill Beginners Chase. It's over the same trip as in our opening race. They climb into the home straight to get to the first of the 11 fences, with Hypotenuse one of the first to show, with Valser Praise and Cossack Chach. They're the front trio, safely out over fence number 1, and no problems for the 7 runners who are nicely strung out. It's Valser Praise on the outside of Hypotenuse. The pair just taking each other on somewhat for the pacemaking. And Wandering Rocks 3 and 4. A further break back to Brazil and Perfect Pupil, with If You Let Me bringing up the tail of the field, and already will be about 12 lengths off the pace setter, which is Hypotenuse, as they race downhill on their way towards fence number 2. So it is Hypotenuse who has the advantage, just under 3 lengths over Valser Praise in the green jacket. There's a further break back to Cossack Chach as the leader safely at over fence number 2. Brazil steadied into it towards the rear end of the field in the green and gold coupe colours. It's got Perfect Pupil on the outside, with If You Let Me at the rear of the field. But it is Hypotenuse in the white and black colours leads them on towards number 3 in front of Valser Praise. Cossack Chach in the yellow and purple quarter colours in the 3rd position. Wider on the course to Wandering Rocks has got the cheek pieces, the blue jacket. The front quartet at this stage will be separated by about 10 lengths. They're in turn a couple of lengths still clear over If You Let Me on the outside of Brazil, and Perfect Pupil still brings up the rear of the field. Meanwhile, the leader's already out over the first of the ditches, and jumping well from the front is this Hypotenuse, the mount of Keith Donoghue, who's extending his advantage, going further clear as he's safely at over fence number 5. Valser Praise heads the chasing group in the 2nd position, with Cossack Chach and If You Let Me behind these. If You Let Me just improving his position, now coming through into the 4th position in front of the cheek piece fitted Wandering Rocks. The leader took a chance that fence number 6 was untidy out over it. Cossack Chach was another one that wasn't foot perfect, and Brazil hasn't really jumped with any fluency over this first circuit on his 2nd start over the larger obstacles, and with a circuit to go he has just one rival behind, and that is Perfect Pupil, who was a winner over hurdles at Down Royal back in March. But Hypotenuse, who was placed in a grade 3 juvenile hurdle, has got an extending advantage as they race downhill, leads by about 15 lengths over Valser Praise and If You Let Me, who are 2nd and 3rd. If You Let Me making a quick return to action, was on racing on the flat Atlas Stole last week. Cossack Chach is behind these for Joseph O'Brien and JJ Slevin, who won the grade 3 at Roscommon last night. Leader is safely at over as Brazil took a chance once again at that 7th fence. All the while, Hypotenuse still with this clear advantage. It is being reduced somewhat, however, by Valser Prezzo and If You Let Me. They race in 2 and 3. Cossack Chach is under a drive now in the 4th position as they head out over the 4th last. Leader once again brushing his way through the top of it. Valser Prezzo and If You Let Me both jumping out towards their left. Cossack Chach is next, very much driven along. After these is Wandering Rocks, who is struggling. Brazil, Perfect Pupil are the back pair, but climbing out of the back straight, and Hypotenuse and Keith Donoghue, they've made almost all of the running to this point. They go safely out over the ditch with 3 from the finish. Valser Prezzo and If You Let Me, the ones that try and cut into this advantage of Hypotenuse, who's safely out over the 2nd last. Still leads, but the advantage is now just 3 to 4 lengths. Valser Prezzo into the 2nd spot. Cossack Chach, to be fair, he's been under pressure for the best part of half a mile, but he's staying on strongly in the yellow and purple colours. If You Let Me, his effort has petered out as they go out over the final fence, and Hypotenuse still has the advantage, but it's a reducing lead because Cossack Chach, coming home strongly under JJ Slevin, is going to take the Lockgill Beginners Chase. Joseph O'Brien's sole runner on the card here at Sligo is the winner because Cossack Chach wins the Beginners, followed in by Hypotenuse. Wandering Rock stayed on for the 3rd in front of Valser Prezzo and If You Let Me.
There you go, one horse and one winner for Joseph O'Brien. This didn't look likely down the back. You'd have to say Cossack Chach well off the bridle, but there was always a chance
anything coming here, and there is a drying wind out. It's sunny. There's no rain forecast, so maybe the ground just might be a little bit better than the official description at the moment. Little Kaylee just circling there. Kieran Murphy's horse under Shane Foley, and Feature This, she's the other one who still has to go in. Just 2 left to load, I think. Little Kaylee's side on now. But hopefully they'll straighten her up, just give her one more twirl, and hopefully she'll go in. Feature This is going to be the last one in under Dylan Brown McMonigal. And Little Kaylee, she's going to have to bounce back from her run the last day at Galway when she was down the field behind Sir Jack Thomas. One more push, in she goes. And Feature This is going to be her last one in, so we'll get up to Jerry.
That off. Missing the break. And the orange camp was Fastman. A mile the trip, Division 1, the Boyle Sports Handicap. As they sort themselves out, it is Little Keeley just edging it up front from Pimstrel, followed by Trishuli River. They're tracked by Breezy Zoff and Leviosa running the rail. Rampage is next, being followed by Omakazi, and then Featured This, with at the back the stable companions Mick Dad and Fastman. In the lead by less than a length, continuing towards the 5 is Little Keeley from Pimstrel, a couple of lengths back to Leviosa, disputing third with Rampage. Then Breezy's off, Trishuli Rivers lost ground. On the inside in the red cap is Featured This, followed by Omakazi, and then comes Mick Dad and Fastman. Little changes in the order as they pass the halfway stage. Turning back for home, it's Little Keeley and Shane Foley by 3 parts to Pimstrel, Roddy Mulligan. Break of a length and a half to Rampage, and James Ryan, who are into third, ahead of Leviosa, and then Breezy's off. On the inside is Featured This, followed downhill by Trishuli River, and then Omakazi, as Fastman relegates Mick Dad to be the back marker. Little Keeley is joined towards the bend by Pimstrel and the Stripes. After them is Rampage, being followed then by Breezy's off, Trishuli River. On the inside is Featured This with Leviosa, followed by Omakazi. Is Pimstrel just taking it up from Rampage. Weakening out of it is Little Keeley, and then Featured This. Omakazi is staying on late ahead of Leviosa, and then Trishuli River, but it's Pimstrel and Roddy Mulligan in front, shifting on now by a couple of lengths to Rampage. Omakazi is running on the outside of Feature This, but it is Pimstrel winning from Rampage. Just third, Feature This.
She's done it well, Pimstrel. Rory Mulligan kept it simple, got her out nice and smartly, and she had a lovely position throughout, just up on the outside of Little Keeley, and it looked like she just had a good pace, but Pimstrel always looked comfortable, and when Rory Mulligan asked her to pick up, she picked up really well. She came into this in good form. She had a good run here.
yeah, he shaped well enough at Bath to think that he's on a good mark anyway when things drop right for him.
Love It Scout comes from Carl Burke, absolutely flying along. Made a winning start to his life at Thirsk, son of Havana Grey, but hasn't kicked on.
No, he hasn't. He's just regressed really from that debut win, and was disappointing at Ayr just 12 days ago. So he's going to have to bounce back from that to get involved. I don't know that he's that well handicapped even on his winning form necessarily, Love It Scout. So he probably needs to find some improvement. And the last run was disappointing.
Tees Aggregate is a winner. That came at Leicester a few months ago, up now to a mark of 66. I suppose by Earth like to be question mark with the ground.
Yeah, there's a bit of a doubt about the ground. It was much quicker when he won at Leicester. And then again, another horse that needs to bounce back to form. I think there were excuses at Thirsk because he was stuck out in the middle of the track, and it was a card when you didn't want to be in that position. So he might have just had the excuse at Thirsk that he was on the wrong part of the track. So I can forgive him that, but yeah, the ground's the biggest query, I suppose. Like it is with a lot of them.
Solar Bridge, maybe you could file him into that category, but he's 12 to 1. He's getting their price. He was sent off favoured at Pontefract on his debut on testing ground. He was very cultish that day in the paddock, didn't give his running. He was moved yards afterwards, but clearly back then they thought he must have been all right.
I think he's an interesting runner at a big price. Brazilian Belle 13 to 8 now. I think she deserves her position up at the top of the betting, all things considered. But Solda Baritzi, he won nicely at Musselburgh. Now he's £10 higher in the weights here, but then they switched him to the all-weather at Wolverhampton. I don't think the all-weather was made for him really. It happened a bit quick for him. The winner premium pass that day just had too much speed right through the race on the all-weather around a bend, but he gives the impression the way that he moves and goes through his races like he will handle a bit of the slower ground, so I wouldn't be surprised if he did. And he is in form at the moment, Solar Baritz, so if you're looking for something at an each-way price, I think he'll run well.
Station X, Son of Dark Angel, he's a quick horse. Imagine he'll lead. Just what part of the track we're trying to work out here.
Yeah, he'll lead from stall 3, and then it's up to Andrew Breslin where he goes, I suppose. So if he decides to go far side and stay over there, it might lead a couple of the others to stay with him and take a lead over that part of the track. But I'd expect him to be the early front runner, Station X, but he didn't find anything at Beverley last time out. We've got As You in the Jungle, handicap debutant for Nigel Tinkler and Fair McManaman. I do think he's open to improvement now that he's handicapped.
Okay, last couple go forward for the download the race day ready app at Nursery Handicap as we head back to Darren and get the call.
So the last one's then about to move into the stalls. So 2 to go. Solar Berrics and Brazilian Belle. So the Jungle was very edgy down at the start, but that one has gone into stall 1. Stall handler there just assisting Conor Murter. He's aboard Tees Aggregates, just to keep Tees Aggregates calm in stall number 9. So still waiting on the final 2. Brazilian Belle, Conor Beasley in the saddle. Tees Aggregates has just reared there in stall 9, but settles down. And Brazilian Belle is just causing a few issues behind the gates. Brazilian Belle to go into one of the outside stalls to the left, stall 10. Also another course and distance here in the spring in soft ground. That's Brazilian Belle in. Now Solar Berrics to move into place for the download the race day ready app nursery. That's it, all in. 5 furlongs ahead of them. And they're off. Love It Scout was awkwardly away. Azu in the Jungle missed a beat coming out of the stalls. Brazilian Belle showing up brightly down the centre. Al Hussar with pace. So too is Tees Aggregates. To the extreme left is Balmy Blade. Solar Berrics is in the yellow jacket, being followed by Commander Atkinson, who is towards the right. And right of that one is Station X. Station X is alongside Rogue Bullet as they head now towards the halfway marker. The two who are outpaced currently are Azu in the Jungle and Love It Scout. 2 furlongs left to go. Al Hussar and Tees Aggregates there with a Brazilian Belle, and the black and yellow of Commander Atkinson. Away to the right is Rogue Bullet coming with a run alongside Station X. They work their way inside the final furlong. It is Al Hussar and Commander Atkinson. Those two now booting on from the others who are headed by Station X. Love It Scout staying on. It's Al Hussar, Sam James, Commander Atkinson trying hard, close. On the near side, Al Hussar, Commander Atkinson alongside, and they were followed home by Love It Scout and Station X.
It's officially a photo, but it's not ready because Al Hussar has won for Grant Sure. That's Sam James. Commander Atkinson was second for Jeff Allroyd and Billy Garrity, and back in third place, Love It Scout from a tardy start. Finish there for Carl Burke and Shane Gray.
Yeah, top of the way, it's 16 to 1 shot Al Hussar. His standout effort prior to this was the win at Doncaster back in May. He'd been highly tried a couple of times at Super Sprint at Newbury, last time he ran, which was down the field, but probably an excusable effort given he was in so deep on that occasion. And back off a break, he's firing on all cylinders and showed pace right through.
Thanks, Martin. He's won here for Mark of 77.
And they're off. Love It Scout was awkwardly away. Azu in the jungle missed a beat coming out of the stalls. Brazilian Belle showing up brightly down the centre. Al Hussar with pace. So too is Tees Aggregates. To the extreme left is Balmy Blade. Solar Berrics is in the yellow jacket, being followed by Commander Atkinson, who is towards the right. And right of that one is Station X. Station X is alongside Rogue Bullet as they head now towards the halfway marker. The two who are outpaced currently are Azu in the jungle and Love It Scout. 2 furlongs left to go. Al Hussar and Tees Aggregates there with a Brazilian Belle, and the black and yellow of Commander Atkinson. Away to the right is Rogue Bullet coming with a run alongside Station X. They work their way inside the final furlong. It is Al Hussar and Commander Atkinson. Those two now booting on from the others who are headed by Station X. Love It Scout staying on. It's Al Hussar, Sam James, Commander Atkinson trying hard, close. On the near side, Al Hussar, Commander Atkinson alongside, and they were followed home by Love It Scout and Station X.
horse that's got winning form already on the all-weather and indeed on turf at Liberty Bird in the Midland Park, the Kingsley Park colours here. And it was front end ride that he won last time. I mean, she won last time. She's a late January foal, incidentally. At Yarmouth, never really, although racing up with the pace, just faded in the closing stages. Was beaten over 7 lengths in the end. It was the time before that she made all the running in early September in a nursery at Southwell. Ended up winning by a decent margin as well under Billy Lochnan. So don't know what went wrong last time at Yarmouth for Liberty Bird. And Herb Fennell, I'm just hesitating there, because number 7, Sure and Steadfast, has just been withdrawn for refusing to enter the stalls. So wouldn't go in the stalls. Number 7, Sure and Steadfast, is a non-runner, or is a withdrawn horse now. So that leaves us with just a field of 9, because number 7, Malcolm's been withdrawn. They're all set.
They're off. They're racing for the visitracingtv.com Nursery Handicap Stakes. Good start out deep by Herb Fennell. Firas began well in the yellow jacket. Liberty Bird's right up with them in the royal blue. Just behind them towards the inside is Tower of Africa in the white jacket with the black seam stars on the sleeves. That's the leading 4. Cashling Cavaliers taking a right pull in behind in the pale blue with the dark blue sleeves. Followed through on the inside by Brastias in the dark blue and pink Diablo. That little group followed by Call Out, the white with the red crossbelts, orange cap. Storm the Doug races second last, and Gold Black is at the back of the now 9-runner field as they swing the right-handed turn and head back towards the home straight. It's Liberty Bird on the front end by a neck to Firas racing second, a length back to South Africa racing third. They're followed by Cashling Cavalier sitting in fourth, just in advance of Brastias, and then Herb Fennell. Storm the Doug is still well back in the pack, so too is Call Out, and Gold Black will have to pass them all to win. They've got 2.5 furlongs to go from here. Liberty Bird and Joe Fanning, Firas and Paul Mulrennan towards the near side. Cashling Cavalier trying to pick up behind them, gets a reminder. Behind that one trying to get there as well is Tower of Africa. Call Out running on the inside, and trying to power right over the top is Brastias, but it's Firas who leads as they go inside the furlong. Tackle now by Cashling Cavalier from the back. Storm the Doug finishing off really well. Brastias towards the near side. Firas in front only narrowly though to Cashling Cavalier towards the near side. They're having a set to these as they race up towards the line. Firas goes on to score to Cashling Cavalier. Finishing well was Storm the Doug, and they were followed through by Call Out on the inside. Brastias out wide and Herb Fennell between horses.
Firas, who was a horse that had a bit of pace himself, raced close up before winning under Paul Mulrennan. Cashling Cavalier, who was keen enough in the early parts of the race, has finished in second place, not beaten very far. Storm the Dog for Lucinda Russell and Andrew Mullen is third. And maybe in fourth place, it doesn't matter for places anyway. Call Out, never really going. Looks as if it was suited by further and maybe even a more galloping track. Call Out's taken fourth place. You can see on the inside with the orange cap. Pace set as we suspected by Liberty Bird. The horse that's out the back at the moment looks to be Gold Black. Just looking that far rail there, I thought he was going to play more of a part in the finish than they actually did. Call Out. But the yellow cap of Firas in front. He's a horse that had formed behind Brassitas last time at Haydock Park when Brassitas was fourth and Firas was in sixth place, but stuck his neck out well, this Firas, to get off the mark at the fifth time of asking. Cost €150,000 as a yearling, half-brother to a French 2-year-old winner who scored over the thick end of 1.25 miles. You can see there the yellow cap carried there by Paul Mulrennan. Always close up. Good effort to finish so close in second by Cashling Cavalier on his first handicap at this trip. Just didn't settle really as well as he might have done, and probably that might have been the difference between winning and losing, expending that energy earlier on in the race.
at Goran Park. And he finished a close-up 6th as well on good ground behind Gosford of Eddie Lynham's when he led there in early July. I've a Secret is racing for the first time for Cian Collins. He won at Laytown for Ian Williams there 2 weeks ago, and he won really well that day as well. He was racing off a mark of 53, which is his turf mark, and his all-weather mark is much higher than that, so it wasn't surprising that he was well backed at Laytown racing off a mark of 53. He's in here off his turf mark, obviously, and that was his second run out in the space of 2 days. So making his debut for Cian Collins, Colin Keane taking the ride, bidding for a double on the day, having won our opener in Gandolfo. And Eastern Wind is an interesting mare as well for Tom McCourt, who has his horses in really good form and likes to have runners here. If she could bounce back to the form that she showed here back in July, that would bring her into it. Looks like the last one is in. We'll get up to Jerry.
Last couple loaded. Thereof, they break away in the second division. Very slow to get going was Prince of Abington. Not so last year's winner, Manhattan Dandy, who just leads on the inside, the top weight Eastern Wind. Not far behind them is Zero Fighter and Sneddy Eddie. These are tracked by Chestnutter as Manhattan Dandy leads. Down the far side of the track, followed by Eastern Wind and Zero Fighter. Chestnutter next and Sneddy Eddie. On the inside is Angel on Fire, followed by Pulse of Shanghai. Ivor's Secret Mowgli next, and then Perfect Curves and Tartar Power in the back marker. Not so far off them is Prince of Abington. It's Manhattan Dandy in a lead of a length and a half over Eastern Wind, sharing third place. Our Angel on Fire has improved on the inside of Zero Fighter, followed by Chestnut and then Mowgli. Sneddy Eddie has lost a place or two, pushed along his Pulse of Shanghai, and then Ivor's Secret, Tartar Power, Perfect Curves, 2 lengths to Prince of Abington. They've just passed the halfway stage. The second division of the Boys Sports supporting Irish Racing Handicap is Manhattan Dandy, continuing up top under James Ryan, followed by Eastern Wind, nudged along by Wesley Joyce in second. Just edging the third is Zero Fighter and Joey Sheridan. Angel on Fire has come under pressure on the inside, followed by Chestnutter. Right in behind the leaders is Mowgli and then Sneddy Eddie as they come round the bend. As they pan out, Eastern Wind has just been driven on from Manhattan Dandy. Mowgli spies a gap in between the pair, followed by Sneddy Eddie. Ivor's Secret out wide is coming home to good effect, followed by Zero Fighter and then Tartar Power. It's a line of 3. Eastern Wind is now just picked off by Mowgli. On the inside is Manhattan Dandy, followed then by Ivor's Secret, and Tartar Power stays on late ahead of Sneddy Eddie. It's Mowgli on the inside who has it. Mowgli the winner from Eastern Wind. Tartar Power.
Mowgli has got there under Jessica May, and he's such an admirable horse. Mowgli, William McCreary's horse, he does like this soft ground, and whenever the ground eases, he's always one to take note of. He was out in stall 10. Jessica May gave him a super ride, got him into a nice rhythm from early, and just delivered him here along the inside. Here's where Eastern Wind was up on the outside of early leader Manhattan Dandy, and in fairness to Manhattan Dandy, he's battled back well on the inside. There's a lovely gap there which Jessica May exploits, moves Mowgli into it, and he's shown a really good attitude, as we know he does, to come up in between Manhattan Dandy and Eastern Wind, and moves to the front. Eastern Wind, she battled back well on the near side, and just for a stride or two it looked like she might get back there, but Mowgli keeps going forward. Jessica May keeps him balanced, keeps him going forward, and he's gone on to win by about a half a length, 3/4 of a length in the end. Lovely performance. I think this is Jessica May's 4th winner, or 3rd winner. Sorry, it's her. She's claiming 10. I think it's her last winner claiming 10. So congratulations to her. She'll be claiming 7 from now on, but you can see that gap there that develops between Manhattan Dandy and Eastern Wind, and Jessica May moves Mowgli into it, and he's picked up well. Just having a look in behind. Sneddy Eddie was a wee bit wider than ideal throughout. He had a wide draw as well, and just couldn't get tucked in, and he's kept on. Manhattan Dandy just fades out of it, and it's Tartar Power who's kept on well on the far side. Ivor's Secret has done well as well on his first run for Cian Collins, but there's our winner, Mowgli, William McCreary's horse, coming back in under Jessica May. Congratulations to her 3rd winner, and I think her last winner claiming 10.
It's Kirkdale, May We Dance, Troy Story, Hot to Dot, and the staying on Genbu. Over a furlong left to go, and Kirkdale is the one to catch. Has a break on this field. May We Dance, Troy Story giving chase. Troy Story second. Genbu is the one eye-catchingly making progress, but probably too late. It is too late. Kirkdale has taken it. Kirkdale the winner. Nice run from Genbu second. Troy Story third. Lawrence Dream and Say What You See together for fourth.
Yeah, Kirkdale's your winner. Shane the Maiden Tiger, the third time of asking. Fred Bethel, Callum Rodriguez on board. Beats Genbu, who's very much learned on the job. Second from Lavelle and PJ McDonald. But a well-backed winner.
Yeah, he was really well back late on, and that Ponty experience last week, obviously none the worse for that, and he's come out and handled the ground. He's got out the stalls quicker today, up with the pace right the way through, bagged the stand rail, and pretty dominant in the end, really. Now, good run from Genbu in behind. He was clearly very green out of the stalls early and got quite a long way back, but he stayed on to good effect. He's going to get a mile and maybe a bit further next year, but he's a nice prospect because he's a good-looking horse as well. Yeah. Troy Story, slightly disappointing, really, in third, given the class drop, and he was well positioned to strike, but could never get near Kirkdale today.
No, he couldn't. And Kirkdale, son of Zelzal, wins here at Bethel. And Callum Rodriguez, local combination, winning our third race of the afternoon.
So distance of 7 furlongs to cover, and they're off. Newcomer Genbu, the slowest one away. Kirkdale began well in the black and white jacket with Lawrence Dream, the blue and orange silks, right there with the leaders. So too is May We Dance as they cover the first furlong. Eye on the prize is close to the running rail. Deep on the course, Troy Story stepping forward. Green colours of Hot to Dot is further back, being followed by Say What You See. Genbu is outpaced. This is the EBF Restricted Novice Stakes. Edging towards the end of the back, it is Kirkdale, Troy Story, May We Dance, Lawrence Dream. They
winning form off 60, not much lower at Ayr back in August, and yeah, he was 10-off favourite last time at Hamilton on softish ground over 6 furlongs when finishing in 4th place. Tracy Waggett's here, and as I say, she's got some fancied horses today, including Without Delay, a 4-time winner. He's got 3 wins to his name, or she rather, already this year. Just a little bit of a doubt about the trip, and I know she won at Catterick over 7, but Musselburgh the best form, and she's won here on 3 occasions in total, twice this year and once last year. They've all come at a mile, but maybe the drop back to 7 here at Musselburgh shouldn't be too much of an issue. She's only gone up 2 anyway for that success. I thought she was well on top last time, even though she only won by a neck. I thought she was well on top, and that was over a mile, as I say, on similar ground to today. Speaking to jockeys like Oisin Orr and Paul Mulrennan, they say it's just a nice, good ground at Musselburgh. And we mentioned Pembrokeshire as well for Ian Jardine and Andrew Mullen. He's been in okay form. He's got winning form earlier on. He's got a little bit to find with Are We Nearly There, Dad, on running 13 days ago at the big Gold Cup Festival at Ayr. I think he's about 3 parts of a length to find, which is not very much. Not many left to load then. I think one of the last to come forward, I think just out to the left is the filly Purple Martini. So let's go back up to Malcolm for race 3.
Thanks, Scotty. Spot on. It is Purple Martini to complete the lineup into stall 8 under Harrison Shaw. Then we'll be set to go here. Purple Martini walking forward to the 8 box. Goes in. That's it. They're all in. Set to race. They're off. Racing over 7 furlongs once again for the Watch on Racing TV handicap stakes. Purple Martini's away well. The hooped cap with the noseband. Also Porridge and the noseband and cheek pieces without delay. The brown and orange quarters. The Gay Blades up there in the silver and pink. And so too Are We Nearly There, Dad, in the beige and red. And so too Gunnerside towards the inside. Bit of a scrap on for the lead here. Might just be Are We Nearly There, Dad, to Gunnerside on the inside. The Gay Blade is next. Then Pembrokeshire's yellow cap from Without Delay. Purple Martini now centre pack out deep. Followed through by Keep Me Stable in the star jacket to the inside of Black Friday in the diamonds. Ramandaloria towards the back and swinging quite wide is Zachary at the back of the field. Joe Fanning would have that one about 8 off the pace, which is being set by Are We Nearly There, Dad, and Zach Wheatley. Down the straight they come. They're past halfway. They're closing in on the 3 marker, and it's Are We Nearly There, Dad, to the inside of the Gay Blade. Gunnerside parked right behind them. Pembrokeshire to the near side with Without Delay, and then on the far side rail Keep Me Stable just behind the pace. Black Friday's trying to pick up there, followed by Ramandaloria. Purple Martini out wide. Back inside the final furlong and a half they come. Are We Nearly There, Dad, attacked by the Gay Blade. Pembrokeshire is 3 deep. Gunnerside just behind those. Keep Me Stable behind them from Black Friday, and then Ramandaloria. Are We Nearly There, Dad, and the Gay Blade having it set to here as they go well inside the final half. The Gay Blade starting to get the upper hand. It's going to be a double for Oisin Orr. The Gay Blade goes on to score to Are We Nearly There, Dad. Gunnerside next, followed by Keep Me Stable, Pembrokeshire, Ramandaloria and Black Friday.
Yeah, the Gay Blade then for the inform Ian Jardine yard, and racing close up throughout. The Gay Blade gets the better of the long-time leader. Are We Nearly There, Dad? From Gunnerside in 3rd place, and 4th goes to Keep Me Stable. 5th goes to number 4, Pembrokeshire, and 6th place goes to number 2, Ramandaloria. So the Ian Jardine stable in tremendous form at the moment. The Gay Blade carrying his own colours as well. He's a horse that's winning, believe it or not, for the 4th time this year. There's been gaps between the wins, because he had a couple of wins in January at Newcastle and Chelmsford, 52 and 57, and then he didn't hit the winners' enclosure again until 6 furlongs at Hamilton Park in July. He's only a pound higher than that here today. 4th at Thirsk last time in a cellar, beaten over 4 lengths, and returned the 4-1 joint favourite here this afternoon after racing close up the Gay Blade. Are We Nearly There, Dad's not done a whole lot wrong in 2nd. Gunnerside disputed it today, and that was a decent run by Gunnerside to fade, not beaten far into 3rd. 4th place went to Keep Me Stable, who's done best of those who have come from off the pace to finish in 4th place. Pembrokeshire takes 5th. Ramandaloria was a strange one because hadn't many behind in the early stages, made a little
and what she's achieved, but felt like she was on the verge of becoming a small bit disappointing after that victory, was it at Wexford, in a kind of a restricted maiden hurdle. She was very, very good that day earlier in the season, and the next couple of runs weren't quite as good, but she really looked like she was back to her best, if not a peak effort, the last time when she won at Listowel 10 days ago, beaten straight home at 12-1, and she comes here in great nick, and obviously Keith and Gavin fresh from the win in the Kerry National. This is an interesting race, having said that. At a canter, I mentioned Great Ocean, first start for Keane Collins, British recruit, has a bit of form as well, and Killing Your Last for Philip Dempsey, second to Clifftop, who was scratching this card at Tramore the last year over 2-6, ran very well and didn't do a great deal wrong, and this looks really primed to run a big race here in victory or defeat. Bagheera and Noble Talent. Bagheera's had the one chase run. Noble Talent's rider JJ Slevin bidding for a double. He starts over fences today. He might want the ground a little bit softer. Maybe similar comments from Midnight Voices.
Chase, a full complement of 14 fences to be jumped over this extended 2 miles and 5. Bagheera is one of the first to show, with Atta Cantor, who comes through to take over as they go on towards number 1. So it's Atta Cantor leads them to the first with Bagheera, all safely out over it. Mephisto is the overall back marker, but it is Atta Cantor who leads the field through the opening couple of furlongs from Great Ocean and Bagheera. Midweek Voices is on the outside of Noble Talent. Behind these is One Night Standard and Killing Your Lass, with Mephisto at the rear of the field. On their way towards number 2, first of the open ditch, as Atta Cantor steadied into it, surrendered a number of lengths as a result, but on the flat is once again able to reassert his position at the head of affairs. Quickly to number 3, Atta Cantor on the inside of Bagheera. Great Ocean also racing out wide. One Night Standard down the inside in the blue colours. The noseband of Noble Talent races in the middle of the course, a wider on the course to Midweek Voices. Killing Your Last with purple colours has just one behind, and that is this old grey in the lineup, Mephisto. Out over fence number 4 they go. No problems for the 8 runners, who now head up in front of the enclosures with 2 full circuits in front of them, and it is Atta Cantor and Darrow O'Keefe who has the advantage by just over a length and a half to Bagheera and Ricky Doyle. Third on the outside is Great Ocean, and Danny Gilligan races on the outside of One Night Standard and Keith Donoghue looking for a quick double. Killing Your Last tracks this one with Daniel King on the inside of Midweek Voices and Hugh Morgan. Noble Talent has lost his position slightly. The mount of JJ Slevin has just one behind, and that is Mephisto and Shane Fitzgerald. Tightly grouped are the 8 runners. They head downhill on their way towards fence number 5, after which they'll have completed their opening circuit in this Brenda Anderson Memorial Beginners Chase. Atta Cantor, Bagheera 1-2. And now disputing the advantage, with Bagheera coming alongside to dispute that front running role with Atta Cantor on the inside. Great Ocean on stable debut, the yellow colours on the outside of One Night Standard, who has won 2 of her last 4 outings. They complete the front group of 4. Killing Your Last is behind these in the purple colours, was second at Tramore last time as they went head over at Midweek Voices on his chasing debut. Took a chance, the first notable error over the first 6 fences, and now drops to the last but 1 position, with Mephisto still behind. Climbing out of the back straight on their way towards fence number 7, heading into the second half of this beginner's chase, and Bagheera, the one that now goes on and with a good jump extends her advantage now up to 3 lengths over Atta Cantor. One Night Standard just stumbles there on the flat, but it hasn't lost too much momentum as a result as they go out over the second of the climbing fences. Behind One Night Standard races Noble Talent, making ground once again in the blue sleeves, yellow cap and a noseband. Is on the outer of Killing Your Lass in the purple sleeves. Mephisto is still towards the rear of the field with Midweek Voices. So out over the obstacle, which will be the last in a circuit's time, and it is Bagheera who has the advantage for the Mark Fahey stable as winner over hurdles at Wexford in July. She leads over Atta Cantor, has been placed 3 times over fences. Third position then for One Night Standard. That's the front group of three. There's then a length to Great Ocean, who's having his first run since he was placed over hurdles at Wincanton back in January. Killing Your Lass is in the fifth position, with Noble Talent continuing to chart that wider course. Mephisto's now relegated Midweek Voices to be the new back marker. Downhill they race towards fence number 10. They've 5 more to be negotiated in this Brenda Anderson Memorial Beginners Chase. Bajira to Ada Cantor. Great Ocean on the outside. Mistake at the back of the field by Midweek Voices. Not the first error that he's made on his chasing debut, and he's been driven along by Hugh Morgan. Still Bajira and Ada Cantor 1-2 as they close in on the fourth last. One Night Standard still goes well, the blue colours on the inside. Great Ocean, Noble Talent wider still as they go out over the next, which is 4 from the finish. Shake of the reins there for Great Ocean. One Night Standard just caught somewhat in a pocket, and Keith Donoghue had to sit in sufferance and has dropped into the 6th position as a result. But all the while up front, it is Bajira and Ricky Doyle who has the lead by a length over Ada Cantor. Has been front ranked throughout, steadied into the open ditch though. It was Killing Your Lass on the inside who put in the better jump, and now she tries to slip up the inside of Bajira. Great Ocean is next with Noble Talent. Killing Your Lass was gone. Badly hampered out over it was Ada Cantor as they climb into the home straight. One more to jump in the Brenda Anderson Memorial Beginners Chase, and it's Bajira, the white colours on the left, Great Ocean, the yellow colours in the centre. Away to the right was Noble Talent, who took a chance out over it. Racing inside the final 200, it's Great Ocean. Unstable debut has come through and has got the advantage of a couple of lengths for Danny Gilligan and Keane Collins. Unstable debut, Great Ocean wins the Beginners. Second goes to Noble Talent. They're in front of Bajira. Ada Cantor was in 4th, and Mephisto was another one that went at the second last.
Great Ocean, quite a nice recruit, the son of Great Pretender. 264 days off the track, 7-1. So there was a few quid around for this horse, who probably had to benefit, well, maybe had to benefit a bit from the mishaps that befell some of the others. And One Night Standard, who the messy race and obviously was well held in the end. But King Collins, very much a trainer, going places. Danny Gilligan in the plate here. Just looking at Keane's stats for this season, that's him on 9 winners. A lot of placed horses actually. And he has Brandt and Jazzy Matty to come as well. So this horse did well though. I think he would have won anyway. Noble Talent's very good effort. Bajira as well kept boxing on the far side. Some disappointments in behind, but Noble Talent Connects, I think, be delighted with that run. But Great Ocean wins well at 7-1. Another winner for King Collins. Some sandballs in there if you want to.
and a little break to Polar Bear, who trails the field. It's Pro League Prince and Sam Cohn just with the lead from the Bugbank and Ellie Clark, followed by Lust and Sean Bird, who's just third from Copy Conform and Jack Cleary, edging a little bit closer on the inside of Mile End and Dad O'Sullivan with the final couple. Give Me Hope, Rosa, Roddy Mulligan and Polar Bear, Keithan Kennedy. Coming up to the halfway stage. In the fourth, over a mile, the Barney Curly Bursary Apprentice Series final. And it's Pro League Prince by 3/4 of a length to the Bugbank. Disputing third, Mile End Lust is nudged along in between horses. Track for Home by Copy Conform with a couple of lengths to Give Me Hope, Rose and Polar Bear. Being very few changes with just over 2 furlongs to go. Pro League Prince was on either side. The Bugbank and Mile End is coming there as they head for the bend, being followed by Copy Conform and then Lust. Polar Bear relegates Give Me Hope, Rosa to be the back marker, and it is Mile End who moves on smoothly from Copy Conform, trying to close down the outside of Pro League Prince, followed then by the Bugbank Lust and Polar Bear, but gone clear in the Barney Curly Bursary Apprentice Series final is Mile End and Dad O'Sullivan, a young man on some run of late, as Mile End wins hands down from Copy Conform and the Bugbank.
That's a seriously impressive performance by Mile End, who has stepped forward significantly from her run the last day at Galway when she finished down the field behind Imposing Supreme in that competitive
on soft ground. She's a mare who comes to life around here, and she's much better when it's soft or heavy than she is on anything quicker. And the last couple of starts have come on livelier surfaces than what she faces today. So I thought she had a small chance at 20-1 of hitting the frame.
Okay, the last couple are going to go forward. Hiccups, I think, will be last in the stall. 12 will complete the lineup. So let's get back to Darren and get the call.
Hiccups and Lord Toranaga about to move into place. So 2 miles in front of them. Hiccups goes into stall 12. That's it. They're all in. And they're off. 2 miles the journey for the Watch All Races live on Racing TV handicap. And breaking the line to the outside is Perfect Arch with Lunacy right there. So too Captain Potter, Cartmel with a Calavade, just taking some stoking through the first furlong in the hands of Joanna Mason just to get a position, a prominent role now being played by Calavade. So down the far side it is Perfect Arch, Calavade, Captain Potter, Lunacy, then Bolly Neal, who's being followed to the outside by the mare Triple Nickel, and they're almost at the end of the back straight. And once again Calavade's come off the bridle going into that turn. Tarbat Ness has settled down in mid-division with Hiccups alongside, then Sugar Pie Honey Bunch followed by Lord Toranaga, and Can Girl is the trailer. So heading now towards the turn on this first circuit, and it is Perfect Arch, one of the Simon West runners in the field. Billy Garrity doing the steering, leads by a length and a half. Captain Potter, grey jacket, Calavade the grey, and then comes Bolly Neal just in behind them in fourth. Another length to Lunacy, a length and a half further back to Triple Nickel, and that one followed by Tarbat Ness, Hiccup, Sugar Pie, Honey Bunch, Lord Toranaga, and Can Girl. So they gallop on down the straight, and it is Perfect Arch who has got the lead, looking to get off the mark here, leads by just over a length as Captain Potter, and Ben Robinson moves into second place. Bolly Neal in third. Calavade's been on and off the bridle in this contest so far. Lunacy, Tarbat Ness, and Triple Nickel, they are following. They're at the judge circuit to go. Hiccups is alongside Sugar Pie, Honey Bunch, and Lord Toranaga, and last of all, as they turn out of the straight, is Can Girl. So down towards the final mile of their journey, at halfway, and it is still Perfect Arch on the inside of Captain Potter as they go towards the back. Bolly Neal is conserving ground. Lunacy, Black Jacket, then Tarbat Ness, Calavade losing its position, followed by Triple Nickel and Sugar Pie Honey Bunch as they now straighten up for the back. Less than 7 furlongs to go. Hiccups has only got a couple behind. Can Girl is one of those. The other one is Lord Toranaga. Down towards the final 3/4 of a mile. Captain Potter now right alongside Perfect Arch. Bolly Neal is just in behind them in the red and white colours, followed by Lunacy, then Tarbat Ness. They're being followed by Triple Nickel, Sugar Pie Honey Bunch, red and yellow jacket. Hiccups with the green sleeves shaking up. Can Girl, Lord Toranaga, and the Cartmel winner Calavade is plumb last and going nowhere fast, leaving the back straight behind them, and it is Perfect Arch, Captain Potter, Bolly Neal, Lunacy. They're the front rank. Tarbat Ness is closing in on them for Gina Mangan in the pale jacket, the grey. A gap then to the improving Lord Toranaga, who's coming there now making progress in the green colours, going 4 wide to do so as Triple Nickel is getting outpaced. They're preparing to turn in, and it's Captain Potter taken on for the lead by Lunacy at the top of the straight. They come wide towards the final quarter of a mile, and those two are about 2.5 lengths on from Tarbat Ness, then Sugar Pie Honey Bunch, Lord Toranaga, Bolly Neal, and Triple Nickel. Heading down towards the final furlong and a half. Lunacy's on the rail to the outside, the grey and purple jacket of Captain Potter, and wide of those is Tarbat Ness. Last year's runner-up is trying to stay on. They're inside the final furlong. It is Captain Potter and Tarbat Ness. Captain Potter is seeing it out here for the Brian Ellison yard. Captain Potter gets off the mark, beats Tarbat Ness, second in the race for 2 years on the bounce. Triple Nickel's back in third. Lunacy and Sugar Pie Honey Bunch involved in a photo for fourth.
Yeah, Captain Potter is your winner. Under 909 for Brian Ellison and Ben Robinson. It beats Tarbat Ness, who's runner-up in this race. Once again for Sir John Barry and Gina Mangan. Well clear for the third. Triple Nickel for Bernard Llewellyn and Aidan Keeley.
Yeah, always prominent, travelling well. he came off it turning in, and Lunacy was going strongly at that point, didn't get home, but Captain Potter, just a really stout stayer. He'd won over 2.5 miles at Sedgefield on testing ground in the winter. So stamina is very much his forte, and he's appreciated coming back onto soft ground on the flat today, and he's done it well. Tarbat Ness loomed up, and he's run a really good race. You can't knock him, but just the winner a little bit too well handicapped, and a very strong stayer, like I say. So he's done it well. You can see Lunacy in the end run out of a third place even by a triple nickel.
And Brian Ellison will be counting the days down for another staying handicap, the Lexus Melbourne Cup, where he's got one smooth operator, but today he's won the Watch All Races live on Racing TV with Captain Potter.
The Angel is 3 deep, 4 deep in the cheek pieces, and the noseband is 6 core. Wider out of that one is Royal Duke, trying to pick up in the purple and yellow colours there, followed by Cuban Rock. Kyber Crystal to the inside, almost 5 in line here. Inside the furlong they go. E-By Gum, this is Baggeran right there with Ski Angel. Cuban Rock trying to weave his way through, so too Kyber Crystal with no room, and out wide it's Royal Duke. Kyber Crystal's blasting home towards the near side. Royal Duke in front. Royal Duke goes on to win to Kyber Crystal. Ski Angel, Cuban Rock behind those. They were followed by E-By Gum.
Yeah, Royal Duke quite well nibbled at, really. Showed that the turn was near Royal Duke with a couple of good recent efforts as well. That was at Hamilton finishing third, and then before that Hero Over Course and Distance finishing second. Kyber Crystal got trapped against the stands rails, showed good early pace she did when breaking well. The early pace was set by the likes of Mrs. Baggeran, who did well to get across from stall 3. She was up there forcing the pace. A by Gum was there as well. Khyber Crystal just in behind, you can see at this point, in behind Mrs. Bagaram and the green jacket of A by Gum. Ski Angel at this point, and the other one in the red and black 6 got us a wall of 4, and you can see that Kaya Fraser no way through. He actually has to nudge through a very tight gap between Mrs. Bagaram and A by Gum, flying in the closing stages, but with a run that wasn't interrupted, an uninterrupted run. It's Royal Duke that gets the job done in the colours of Steve Dick out of Royal Duchess. That's a mare that Steve knows well, of course. Rhys Elliott does the steering. The bottom weight, one of 2 3-year-olds in the race, also bred by Steve Dick as well, and returned at 11-2. And as I say, recent evidence suggested that his turn was near. He ran really well from a hold-up ride at a big price 2 runs ago here at Musselburgh, was only beaten half a length. And
out of the back straight with Gladiatorial and General Hubble. Cullen Wayne races out wide in the quarters with the Holmeister and Down the Park next, closing in on the open ditch at fence number 2. No problems for the leaders. Down the Park landed somewhat short. Joe's Turn was hampered somewhat in mid-division. has two behind at this stage. They're Ivor the Boneless and Brandt, as the leader is over fence number 3. That is Room to Roam and Alex Harvey. Leads from Gladiatorial and General Hubble. Cullen Wayne gets a shake of the reins in these early stages from Tiernan Power in the quarters, in front of the Hullmeister and Down the Park. Tommaso Moglia and Sayrian as they go out over the fence, which will be the last in 2 circuits time. After Sayrian is Joe's turn with Ivor the Boneless and Brandt. But it is last year's winner, Room to Roam, in the pale colours, who's been allowed to extend on a couple of lengths. Leads by 2.5 over Gladiatorial in the blue jacket with the yellow cap. General Hubble races in the purple and pink with the cheek pieces right against the rail. One off the inside is Cullen Wayne in the quarters of red and black. The Hullmeister is next, the yellow jacket with a red cap, races on the outside of Joe's turn in the maroon colours. Down the Park is the lime green in mid-division in front of Tommaso Moglia in a half colour of maroon and white. They're being followed by Sayrian in the quarters of grey and red. Brandt has now got one behind as they go out over fence number 5, and that is Ivor the Boneless in the yellow and black silks. So passing through their point of departure, the opening circuit and the first 5 fences under their belt, the 11 runners head on their way towards number 6, and it is Room to Roam on his 76th career start, has the advantage over Gladiatorial, who reached for it but got to the other side safely, and now comes alongside to take over at the head of affairs. So new leader up front, and that is Gladiatorial on the outside of Room to Roam, who comes back through to dispute the advantage. They race in front over General Hubble in the pink sleeves, with Cullen Wayne on the outside as they close in on number 7. The Hullmeister goes wide in the red cap on stable debut. Down the Park lost a length in jumping it over number 7, as 3 behind at this stage, and gets a shake of the reins from Paddy O'Hanlon as they head quickly on their way towards the second of the climbing fences. Room to Roam on the inside of Gladiatorial, having a rare run this season away from Downpatrick. Third then for General Hubble, races on the inside of Cullen Wayne, who won over hurdles at Downpatrick earlier in the season. Joe's turn is next on the inside of Down the Park as they clear the fence, which will be the last in a circuit's time. The Hullmeister has travelled strongly in the hands of Gary Noonan to this point. Black and yellow striped sleeves race on the outside of Tommaso Moglia and Ambrose McCurtain. Down the Park is towards the rear of mid-division, races on the inside of Brandt, who was a Roscommon winner on his stable debut 2 starts back. Sayrian is next, made a winning chase debut at Tramore a fortnight ago, and Ivor the Boneless and Dunamine are the only one behind this. So they race downhill. Down the Park once again being ridden along, has been running in snatches to this point. Similar comments for Cullen Wayne in the front quartet, but it is Room to Roam on the inside of Gladiatorial. General Hubble's on the inside of Cullen Wayne. That completes the front group of 4 as they went out over. General Hubble took a real chance. Down the Park surrendered another place as they went out over the 5th last. Ivor the Boneless is the back marker. Room to Roam and Gladiatorial. They've been 1-2 for much of the contest, and they have the lead as they race on towards the next, which is 4 from the finish. General Hubble's on the inside, Cullen Wayne and Tommaso Moglia. The Hullmeister still goes well enough on the outside. Wider still to Brandt, who's trying to improve position. Joe's turn is under pressure, not picking up at this point. Sayrian is next from Down the Park, and Ivor the Boneless. Plenty though holding chances as they climb to the 3rd last. Gladiatorial with Brandt on the outside. General Hubble, another mistake, and is backtracking through the field on the inside. But Brandt and Danny Gilligan on the outside of Gladiatorial and Darren McGill. They were 1-2 as they went out over the penultimate fence. They're opening up over last year's winner, Room to Roam. Tommaso Moglia and the Hullmeister are next as they take the bend into the home straight, and it is Brandt who strides on towards the final fence. Gladiatorial a couple of lengths to find the second position. Leader took a chance and is gone. Brandt on chips at the final fence with the race in his mercy, and it hands the race to Gladiatorial, who's got the advantage by a couple of lengths. Room to Roam and Tommaso Moglia for 2nd and 3rd, but Gladiatorial a somewhat fortunate winner of the Leo McMorrow Memorial Handicap Chase for Darren McGill and Noel Kelly. Tommaso Moglia, Room to Roam and General Hubble were next.
very much a game of ups and downs for Keane Collins and Danny Gilligan, but I see 10-1 Gladiatorial. I see Noel Kelly going by me here. He's on very good terms with himself, Noel, and Darren McGill. Obviously, you have to jump them, and Brandt didn't at the last, and that was unfortunate. Gladiatorial, in fairness, had been running a very good race. He was going to be nicely clear of third, if nothing else, and kept on nicely for pressure when Danny came down to last. We'll keep an eye out for Danny as well. He was just on the ground as the horses came by. Room to Roam and Tommaso Amalia, both who you could have backed each way or could have made a case for finish second and third respectively, just to confirm that now shortly. But yeah, Brandt, there was a big gasp from the crowd. Oh, I don't know, just didn't give Danny much chance there. Just flicked through the top, and Gladiatorial left in front for Darren McGill, and ends up winning quite well in the end. Darren and Oren have had a good time with it of late. They're based up in the Coleraine direction, just not far from the winning trainer Noel Kelly, who, as I said, landed a nice gamble actually at Perth last week. I think that's Darren's 9th winner, 10th winner actually in Ireland, because he's had one on the flat as well. But sometimes you need luck on your side. In fairness, Gladiatorial, he was back in some sort of nick today on a reasonable mark. Beats Room to Roam and Tommaso Amalia.
up top, and here is Fairpoint and Lunar Eclipse, who's plugging onto
Yeah, Duna Matata won well the other day from Declaré, but they're all in.
And they're off. They break away over 5 furlongs. 6 3-year-olds, the Tankerstown House Maiden. And it is the Poacher Daly and Pansy Poe together. In between them is Times and Oz, followed by Platino Bianco, the final couple, heading to the top of the hill. Limoncello Lady and Certified Freak. Times and Oz pokes up in between the Poacher Daly and Pansy Poe, followed by Platino Bianco, 2 lengths back to Limoncello Lady. And ridden along in last place, heading inside the halfway stage is Certified Freak. It is Times and Oz and Colin Keane just edging it from Pansy Poe. Now being called on for an effort by Joey Sheridan. Still there on the rail is the Poacher Daly and Dylan Brown McMonigal, who've just wrestled back the lead. Then Platino Bianco gone away from Limoncello Lady and Certified Freak. The favourites beaten here. It's the Poacher Daly kicking away from Platino Bianco, followed then by Times and Oz and Pansy Poe. But it's the Poacher Daly and Dylan Brown McMonigal comfortably winning the Tankerstown House Maiden. Second, Platino Bianco. Pansy Poe might just have come back for the third.
Performance by the Poacher Daly, who stayed on really well, travelled well for Dylan Brown McMonigal in behind horses, and when he asked to pick up, he's picked up really well, gone to the line strongly, had plenty in hand over Platino Bianco in the end. And Pansy Poe, the odds-on favourite, she came under a ride from early, didn't she, from Joey Sheridan, and just couldn't go on whenever they picked up in front of her. But the Poacher Daly, it's his 10th run, good performance by him. He's gone to the line strongly. He stays this 5 furlong trip really well. He's got form over further, and here's where he comes up on the inside of Times and Oz. Times and Oz ran well to a point. It's her first run for a little while, her first run since last May, so you'd imagine she'll come on from this. And it was a good run at Tipperary the last time we saw her. But here's where the Poacher Daly goes on. It's Platino Bianco who stayed on into second place. Times and Oz just gets a wee bit tired and I think loses out on third place to Pansy Poe, who's just kept on just to get the better of her for third spot. But there's a nice break between the front two and the rest of them, and it's the Poacher Daly, Joseph O'Brien's horse, who's gone to the line strongest of all. You see here, nice gap on the inside, and Dylan Brown McMonigal exploits that. He has the horse to do so as well, and Platino Bianco, she follows him through under Robbie Colgan and has run on into good second. But the Poacher Daly, he had a good run behind Betson at Downroyal the last day. He's a half-brother to Benedict as well, who was a soft ground winner for Ian Williams over 5 furlongs and 6 furlongs. And Platino Bianco,
from Newmarket by George Scott.
And he's already a course winner this season, Shelbourne. He ran much better again at Kempton last time out. That was a sort of return to his best form last time out. He handles the track, and it was quite soft ground when he won here earlier on in the season. He seems to be at his best on softer ground conditions on the turf. He's another horse that hasn't yet won over 7 furlongs, but he's steered it well enough on his last few starts to well, it was a mile at Kempton last time out when he ran, so he does steer the trip for all that his win was over 6 furlongs.
David Nicola Barham got a chance with Angel Obey later, and Muscle really got a Hummer Stokes. He was a good winner here 22 days ago.
Yeah, he's won. He comes here in form. He's a bit different to some of those we've already discussed, Homer Stokes, in that he's sort of back up in grade a little bit, having run off marks in the 50s at a lower level, but both wins have been here with ground on the easy side of good, so he arrives at the top of his game. He made all of the running here last time out. It might be harder to do that in this field. There are a few
Langham
others
from stall 1.
Yeah, I'd imagine Langham will take them along, yeah. So, but Homer Stokes, he's not, although he made all last time, he's not a horse that needs to lead. At bigger prices, Broken Spear I thought could run well at 14 to 1. Again, a horse that comes, or he's at his best on softer ground conditions. He ran quite well last time behind My Al at Carlisle. He was the biggest threat to My Al for a lot of that race. He just tied up a little bit late on. My Al came out and won again. He's now completed a hat-trick of wins. So he bumped into a horse that was really improving at Carlisle, and he's come down to a good mark now of 72. He's 8 years old. He's maybe not the force that he was at his best, but he's got conditions to suit him, and his last run was good, so I could see him running well. Bill's Bar hardening up at the top of the market, 6 to 4.
Yeah, if Homer Stokes and Langham really do duel on up front, will be duel at 50 to 1's a massive price. And he runs his track well, and very often they go very quick up front. They can pick up late pieces.
Yeah, he's won here loads of times, hasn't he? And he was last of 9 at Beverley 8 days ago. But he's the
soft ground here.
Yeah, he's the sort of horse that he's just keeping busy, and he can run well at a price sometimes, and this is the place. The grade might be a little bit beyond him, but I agree he could be a horse that can pick up some pieces. But yeah, I thought it was competitive. Bill's Bar is the horse to beat, I think, because this is a drop in class for him, and he's got some strong form. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Broken Spear run well at a price anyway. I thought everything was set up for him to run a good race today.
Okay, last couple go forward. So we choose stable companion, Vince the Prince, who would like the underfoot conditions. He's going to go forward, and then Beltane will complete the lineup. So let's get back to Darren and get the call.
The last ones are moving into place. That is Beltane. Now Wreck-It Riley to load for the bet at racingtv.com handicap over 7 furlongs. So they are set to go, and they're off. And a poor start there for Broken Spear. Through the first of 7 furlongs, Wreck-It Riley, Bill's Bar and Langham are all shining bright, with Beltane right there to the outside. Vince Le Prince and Homer Stokes is on the premises in the blue and orange colours, and behind the leading wall of runners, Monsieur Cody. They form their early order. The last 2 are Shelbourne and the detached Broken Spear, but it's Langham in front, Bill's Bar in second. Vince Le Prince and Beltane hunt up the pace setters from Homer Stokes, Monsieur Cody, OB Joe, then Rob's Umbrella, black and orange jacket to the inside. Last few are Shelbourne, Wreck-It Riley and Broken Spear, and they're on the downhill run, and it is Langham who has the advantage. This dual course winner leads by just over a length to Bill's Bar, with Beltane now nipping up the inside in the yellow and pink jacket. Homer Stokes right there, orange cap. Vince Le Prince in the yellow and red follows, gapping of a few lengths to Monsieur Cody, who handled the turn rather awkwardly. Shelbourne is trying to make an effort. That one is to the right. They've got 2 furlongs to go. Langham is close to the running rail. Challenges now coming from Homer Stokes, Bill's Bar, and in the centre of the course, Beltane. Vince Le Prince is looking for a way through. Monsieur Cody is following. They've got a furlong left to gallop. It's Homer Stokes, Langham, and now Vince Le Prince gets a gap between runners as they head towards the last 100 yards. It's Homer Stokes, Vince Le Prince, Beltane, Monsieur Cody. Vince Le Prince is putting it up to Homer Stokes and Vince Le Prince. Homer Stokes just from Vince Le Prince. Beltane back in third and Monsieur Cody fourth.
Open grade has been no barrier to another success here at Catterick over this course, and this is Homer Stokes for David and Nicola Barron. Joanna Mason on board. Beats in second place Vince the Prince for Timmy Smith, Sean Curran, and third was Beltane for Mark Walford and Sam James.
Yeah, some big prices to the fore here. Homer Stokes, 3 wins from his last 4 now, all of them here at Catterick. So this is absolutely his bag, isn't it? And he's been pretty game. I thought Vince Le Prince was coming to take him. It looked that way, didn't it, inside the final furlong, but he kept on finding a little bit extra, and he's just in a really good place now. It probably helped Homer Stokes a little bit that he was more towards the stand side. Vinsler Prince just had to wait for a run briefly, but to be honest, he got out in time to have every chance. Favourite Bills Bar was a bit disappointing and laboured on the day.
Yep, but it's Homer Stokes who's won here of a mark of 64 for David Nicola Barron and Joanna Mason.
Time to get her forward. But she's there now. Nowhere is in, and Rob getting back on board. Nevy will be the next one in. Still two. Ross Ryan also going in. Sea Journey to the outside. Sea Journey still 13. Jane Temple also going in. Sea Journey, Jane Temple and Pfeiffer all representing John Gosden's stable. Kitty Verneval is the warm favourite here and looks likely to be the next in together with Lady Caro. Also in is Specifically. Next one is Fleeting Moment, followed then by Velázquez. Next will be Okanagoman. Pfeiffer, the favourite to come in. Sorry, not the favourite. Kitty Furnival's the favourite, to remind you. Two to go. Tom, afternoon to you as well. Afternoon, everybody. Quite mild, but overcast. Last two to come forward then here for the opener. Shady Bay, and also with the orange cap, Eculia Star. Be the last one. Kitty Furnival jumping out of gate 5. Good to go. They're off and racing. Jumping away. Velázquez was the one a bit slowly away, and likewise Lady Caro slow out of the gates. 2 up front early. Pfeiffer, one of the first ones to show, nosing forward. Well prominent as well is Nowhere towards the inside, specifically right on the rail. Now further back as a couple push forward. These are Dramatic Quest in company with Sea Journey, and these two settle down just in front of Pfeiffer now. Kitty Furnival is settled just off the pace, about 7th place in behind Fleeting Moment as the bend unfolds on towards the far side of the track. Shady Bay and Okanagoman are there slightly worse than mid-division. Likewise, Nevy in company there with Eculis Star. And also towards the back, slow starter Volakes is keeping company with Jane Temple. Lady Caro is the one who is last of all. Dramatic Quest then has the advantage as they race down the far side, a well-strung out field. Dramatic Quest, Tom Marquand leading from Sea Journey up there in second place, never been far away, nor has Pfeiffer in the maroon silks sitting a very close third. Fourth place for Nowhere, who is being tracked by Specifically. After Specifically comes Fleeting Moments, Pink Sleeves, and Kitty Furnival, the favourite, patiently ridden on the inside of Shady Bay. They're the next two. The one who's under pressure on the outside is Okanagoman. That one seems to be really struggling now. Achilles Star is with that one. Nevi hasn't been asked yet to improve from the rear end of the field. Velakes and also Jane Temple both sit towards the back end of the field where Lady Caro is still back marker. 3 furlongs left to run then. They straighten up for home. Sea Journey is now out in front narrowly from Dramatic Quest. Nowhere. Pfeiffer in behind them in 4th place, but trying to thread through now and looks threatening. Staying on Kitty Vernaval. Is this to be her night? And they're now ahead of Fleeting Moment and they're staying on Nevi. They head then down to the final furlong. Kitty Furnival has now come through to hit the front, drifts towards the stand side, but begins to open up here. Kitty Furnival, an eye catcher from the back is Jane Temple running on strongly, but it's Kitty Furnival who's out in front and clear. Jane Temple, stacks of promise from her on debut. She finished second ahead of Nowhere and Pfeiffer.
Kitty Furnival does everything wrong, but she still comes home the winner and justifies favouritism here for Simon Egg Crisford, Jack Mitchell, the daughter of Zusta, who had of Zach.
Yeah, good evening, Tom, and good evening to the other Tom in due course. 4 to 9 Space Tourist. As I was just saying before racing, I never remember a horse like this. Who's only one going right-handed, yet can be violently left much of the time, and violently left at times. And even when the last day over fences, she beat Penny 100, her stablemate. That form has been nicely boosted by Penny 100 cents, but you'd be a brave person to back a horse going around Sligo around this trip who doesn't have a lot in hand if the Friday man can back to Anton like his form at 4 to 9. best of luck to Connections Lee and the lads from Yorkshire who are involved in this horse. She's been a great stick for them. And if you were to tell me after she won at Kilbeggan over hurdles last year that all her subsequent victories would be right-handed, I'd have given you any price. She looks the most unsuited horse you can think of to right-handed tracks, but for some reason she just keeps winning. She's 5 wins in her rules career, all have been right-handed, and she's been turned over at Listowel at 130 on. She's been turned over at Leopardstown. Obviously she was maybe a bit out of her depth there, but even at Wexford on her chase debut, to me she didn't look natural at all that day behind Monbeg Park. That's obviously left-handed, and she bombed out. What the other jockeys do will actually be quite intriguing as well, because these are good horses. If you were to look at the form of the Friday Man, primarily for Gordon Elliott, just take out his spell elsewhere, he's a horse who would have a massive chance here. 4 from 6 over hurdles and 1 back with Gordon at the expense of Shajak the last year. Tremor did have a bit of luck on his side, a bit like our winner in the last race here, and on that occasion Iris Emery, trained by Willie Mullins, came down, so the Friday Man took it from there, but beat Shajak and Sirach and Bagheera, who actually ran well here earlier today. It's not bad form, and I don't know, it's much for this to do with what Space Tourist does here, but it's an extraordinary price for a horse who can be so badly out to her left around Sligo, taking on Digby as well, who's rated 126 and is a very good horse in his day. And Digby is only given her £1 and is a course winner. So this is a market that doesn't make a lot of sense, really, to be quite honest, but Space Tourist obviously has a lot of ability. If she were coming here on the back of that run at Wexford alone, she'd be nowhere near odds on, I would have thought, in this. She obviously did win the last day, but if you were to meet someone for the first time and he or she said, should I back this horse at 4 to 9, I think there'd be a fairly straightforward answer. But the market likes her to the extent that she obviously is very well fancied. She's one of quite a few well fancied horses on the cards. Strong fancy in the last, fancy with the punters in the last race to come as well. But this is going to be intriguing. It really is, because, as I say, even the likes of Jazzy Matty, King Colin should be looking for a treble here, as should Danny Gilligan, out of luck in the last race with the last flight faller. But as ever, Keen flying around Sligo, this is going to be a cracking race to watch.
Sits over an extended 2 miles 5 furlongs, again jumping a total of 14 fences, and Space Tourist is one of the first to show with Digby as they head on towards the first of the 14 fences. Front pair already establishing a nice advantage for themselves over the chasing group of 3, headed by Sea Road Phil with Jazzy Matty on the outside, and the Friday Man dropping to be the back marker of the quintet, who now climb right-handed out of the back straight, quickly facing up towards the first of the ditches at fence number 2, and Digby on the outside of Space Tourist. Match strides as they went out over it. The Friday Man at the rear of the field was slower than each of his 4 rivals out over that second fence, and as a result lost a length or 2 in jumping as they're quickly out over fence number 3. And Space Tourist in the purple sleeves is just being headed by Digby on the outside, but Paul Townend will be happy to have Digby on his outside, will ensure that she won't edge too much out towards her left, as is her custom in jumping as they go out over fence number 4. And Digby with the better jump now has the advantage of half a length over Space Tourist in that second position. Jazzy Matty, the yellow jacket with the red sleeves, is in third. Races in front of Sea Road Phil, the white cap and sleeves, and the back marker is the Friday Man, black jacket and yellow sleeves. The quintet are tightly grouped as they race right-handed, about to race downhill on their way towards fence number 5, and it is Space Tourist. Paul Townend and Willie Mullins won this race 12 months ago with Fighter Allen. Space Tourist, their representative this time round. She races on the inside of Digby, who's having his first start since pulling up in the Pat Taff at the Punchestown Festival. The pair continue to match strides downhill towards number 5. And Space Tourist, much slower than Digby, who was far the quicker of the quintet out over it, has an advantage now of over a length. Jazzy Matty, the former Cheltenham Festival winner, races in third. He won the 2023 Boodles Fred Winter. Sea Road Phil is behind these in the white sleeves for Philip Donovan and Darren Collins. Stable had a winner at Roscommon on Monday. And the back of the field is still the Friday Man, who made a winning return to the Gordon Elliott stable at Tramore a fortnight ago. So right-handed they race. Continuing now the climb that'll bring them back towards fence number 7 of the 14 in total. And it is Digby, a previous winner over hurdles around here, who has the advantage now of a length over Space Tourist on the outer. Digby now switching to the inside. Behind this front pair races Jazzy Matty, who disputes the 3rd and 4th with Sea Road Phil as they go out over number 8, Space Tourist, jumping notably out towards her left, as is her custom. Behind these is Jazzy Matty and Sea Road Phil, with the Friday Man still bringing up the rear of the field. Hasn't been a great deal of change to the running order to this point, with the exception of Digby going on at this point on the previous circuit, and clears fence number 9 safely, and that will be the fence in a circuit's time, which will be the last. And it is Digby and Paddy O'Hanlon who leads by 2.5 lengths, heading up in front of the enclosures, with 5 more fences to be jumped from Space Tourist. Sea Road Phil races on the inside of Jazzy Matty, bidding to give Danny Gilligan and Keane Collins some compensation following their misfortune in our previous race. And the Friday Man for Jordan Gainford and Gordon Elliott is still at the rear of the field. So downhill they race, heading on their way towards number 10. It's Digby to Space Tourist, with Jazzy Matty in the 3rd position out wide. As always, travel strongly to this point as they head out over the next. Space Tourist again surrendering lengths in jumping, going out towards her left, as allowed Digby to now stride on by 4 lengths. Jazzy Matty about to join Space Tourist for that 2nd position. Sea Road Phil and the Friday Man are the pair disputing the back 2 positions. But tightly grouped now are the quintet, who head on their way towards the 4th last. Digby on the inside of Jazzy Matty, who looms large now in the 2nd position. Space Tourist has dropped into the 3rd spot as a result of jumping out towards her left, and she's been joined for that spot by Sea Road Phil. The Friday Man in the yellow sleeves has just ridden along at the rear of a tightly grouped field of 5 who go out over the 3rd last, and there was very little bit in jumping. Digby emerges from the fence with the narrow advantage over Jazzy Matty on the outside. Space Tourist tries to improve. Mistake there, and a costly one by the Friday Man. Sea Road Phil, the one just in front of that one. But it is Jazzy Matty and Danny Gilligan who has the narrow advantage, turning in over Space Tourist and Digby 2nd and 3rd. Here's the final fence for Jazzy Matty. He's safely out over it. Digby over the far side. Space Tourist tries to rally. Sea Road Phil is behind these, but it is Jazzy Matty, the former Cheltenham Festival winner, has the advantage inside the final 50. Will win for Danny Gilligan, Keane Collins, a double for that combination. Space Tourist, Digby, Sea Road Phil, and the Friday Man last across the line.
Yes, as pointed out, the former Fred Winter winner, Jazzy Matty. So we've had 2 Fred Winter winners on the card actually today. Jazzy Matty, Gaelic Warriors conquer Brazil, but Jazzy Matty wins 15-2, and with respect, Keane Collins should have a treble, though. As Space Tourist had jumped straight, she'd have won this race. She nearly won anyway. Those who took the price will probably wonder why they did, but at the same time, she very nearly won for all her. With the Friday Man running so badly, it was left to something else to kind of pick up the pieces, and it was Jazzy Matty, who has advertised the talents of Keane Collins. Still only a 5-year-old, this horse. Was with Gordon switched to Keane, and Keane has now gotten 2 wins out of this horse at Wexford, and today was ridden by Mikey O'Sullivan, who been beaten Biker and Riss Bell back in the... God, it's funny. That's a Fred Winter I don't remember much of. Bad was a gamble for Ben Pauling. Remember that? It was only last year. But Riss Bell and Sundial ran well in the race. Biker, bit of a gamble. There we go, the Fred Winter last year. But Jazzy Matty, who was that Fred Winter winner, scores here. It's a double for Keane Collins. and Danny Gilligan, but knowing both as I do, they'll probably think they should have had a treble.
Ran a big race here in April last year when she finished second behind Polar Bear. She was only beaten 3 parts of a length, but Jessica Harrington's horse that day. That was on heavy ground. Over today's course and distance, she was off a mark of 82. Then she's off a mark of 72 now. And in 4 runs here, she's won once and finished second once and finished third once. So she does go well here as well. And she goes well on this type of ground. And just the last day at Bellewstown, she showed a lot of pace. And the drop back down, at Leighton, the drop back down and trip now at Bellewstown on softer ground. That should be a positive for her. Rathbrand Church as well. There shouldn't be much between him and Inishmo Prince on the running at Navan the last day. He's actually £2 better off with Inishmo Prince for a beating of about a half a length, 3/4 of a length. And he won at Bellewstown in July off a mark of 74. Down to a mark of 69, so £5 lower than he was then. He goes well here too. We know that. But it looks like there's just one left to go in. Never Cry Never. Get up to Jerry.
Head off. 7/5, the Burn Marquis handicap. All the way pretty much on terms. It's Escaping the Jungle and the Black Jacket, who just picks it up from Rathbrand Church. To the inside is last year's winner Mickey the Steel, alongside is Never Cry Never, followed by Only Spoofing with the final couple, Distillate and Inishmo Prince. It's Escaping the Jungle, striding on by a length and a half, coming down past the halfway stage, followed by Mickey the Steel and then Rathbrand Church. Nudged along the stripes is Only Spoofing, being followed towards the bend by Inishmo Prince, Distillate, and knocked back to the rear is Never Cry Never. It is Escaping the Jungle, continuing to go along in the lead from Rathbrand Church, Only Spoofing, Distillate. Wide of them is Inishmo Prince, followed by Mickey the Steel and then Never Cry Never. But it is Escaping the Jungle, still the one they've got to claw back here from Rathbrand Church. Inishmo Prince on the inside is Mickey the Steel, but it's an all-the-way win in the Burn Marquis 5 furlong handicap for the Lugly train. Escaping the Jungle scores for the Delaney's. Colin Keane second winner, then Inishmo Prince, Rathbrand Church.
That's an impressive performance by Escaping the Jungle. She got out early under Colin Keane. He got her into a nice rhythm in front, and she had the pace to get into that prominent position, and she had the stamina over this trip to see it out really well. She'd run really well at Leighton the last day over 6 furlongs when she kicked clear, but just run down close home here at her local track. Just pick it up here on the run to the home turn. She's travelled really well for Colin Keane all the while. Mickey the Steel on the inside. Didn't have a lot of racing room early on, but he's out in enough time to be able to close on her if he was able to, but she's just going forward. Inishmo Prince stayed on well down the near side, having come under a ride early enough, and Rathbrand Church has kept on really well. There wasn't much between Rathbrand Church and Inishmo Prince on the running at Navan the last day. There's not much between them again today. Inishmo Prince just came out on top today in that private duel, as he did the last day at Navan, but both of them have to play supporting acts to Escaping the Jungle. She's done this really well. Just have a look at the head on. She's always travelled well. Colin Keane just giving her a squeeze now, and she's picked up well. There's room there, plenty of room for Mickey to sail on the inside if he's capable of moving into that gap, but Escaping the Jungle is just moving further and further away, and winning here in the colours of Alan Delaney, trained by Eamon Delaney, Alan's dad, and a family that's really closely associated with Bellewstown. Lovely to see them having a winner here. They do like to have winners here. And Escaping the Jungle came into the race in good form, and looks like it took Colin Keane a little while to pull her up as well. She's in good form, and she's on her way back into the winner's enclosure after an impressive victory.
He made all of the running here over 7 furlongs on his penultimate start in a classified race.
Yeah, big price first start for Katie Scott, who's also got Piper's Fort here.
Looking for a first win for the stable. Used to be with Archie Watson. He was a winner at Yarmouth in the summer. He's just sort of come down the weights, lost his form a little bit since then, but he was placed here at Catterick over the course and distance on his penultimate start, and then it was a more competitive race last time out and ended up setting a good gallop that day at Carlisle. So this will be a little bit easier for him than I think the Carlisle race was.
Issue worth a gamble. And Eric Brook colours for Timmy Spain, Amy Wolf, another 3-year-old, first time tongue strap.
Yeah, he's been disappointing really, still looking for a first career win. Upper hand, we've not seen him since March. It's possible that he'll need the run a little bit maybe, but he's a horse that's come down the weights. He was placed a couple of times last season for John Butler, but his 3 starts for this stable in the spring were a little bit disappointing.
Okay, they're loaded fairly swiftly here for penultimate race, racingtv.com handicap. Low grade stuff, not to 55, but a horse is shot back from a 73-day layoff. Cara Felina comes here in good form for John Davis and Sean Cran. Let's see if she can land a hat-trick. We'll find out in the company of Darren Owen.
Last 2 to going in, Is He Worth a Gamble and Kessar Power. Chris McEntee aboard Kessar Power. Goes into stall 10, all in. Kessar Power just getting a bit edgy in stall 10. That's it, they're off. Racing for the racingtv.com handicap. Course regular Red Rose Zorro was smartly enough into stride with Too Much Too Young right there. Gary Felina rather keen. Is He Worth a Gamble is to the left and wide of that one. Kessar Power as they dash towards the first turn. The Grey Mintana behind a wall of horses. Piper's Fort's got the inside upper hand and Miss Willows are further back. The back marker is Max Stripes and it's Red Rose Zorro on the downhill run to the turn. Leads by about a length. Too Much Too Young. Dark Jacket in second place. Then Kessar Power, who's holding third. Piper's Fort on the running rail. Gary Feline has just been pushed along to get a position. Is He Worth a Gamble? Miss Willow's upper hand. Mintana, they are following, and Max Stripes will turn into the straight last of all. It's Red Rose Zorro by a narrow margin. Too Much Too Young is under the running rail to the left. They're followed towards the centre of the course by Miss Willows. Piper's Fort, Yellow Jacket, getting competitive. Then Mintana. Now Gary Felina, blue colours, is switching around horses, but is passing horses inside the final furlong. It is Red Rose Zorro in front by a good couple of lengths. Gary Felina is trying hard to close. The winning run for Gary Felina comes to an end. Red Rose Zorro notches up his 9th course success. Red Rose Zorro the winner, Gary Felina second, Mintana third, and Too Much Too Young fourth.
Well done, Red Rose Zorro. Popular success. 10 years young, formerly trained by Eric Olsen, obviously galloped off into retirement. We miss Eric on the scene. Chris Kelnett's taken him over and he was placed earlier in the season, but he's won again his beloved Catterick. Connor Beasley on board. He's beaten the right sort of filly in second. Cara Felina for John Davis and Sean Curran.
Yeah, right back on it today, wasn't he? He's been a bit inconsistent this season with his older age, but Connor Beasley actually rode him when he was second here earlier on in the season. He dropped quite a bit in the weights as a result of a quiet summer, but you could see from the stalls he was on a going day today. He jumped out and went with loads of zip, didn't he, out in the front, and got away from them. And yeah, he's done it really well.
You see his head carriage. He really wanted this horse. He's such a likable horse. Whizzing around. Look at them ears, flat back, really wanting it.
Yeah, absolutely. And 9 times a winner here. This is the place that's brought the best out in him over the years, and he's not as good as he was at his peak, but he's wanted it today, and it wasn't a strong race, but he's dominated.
Foreseeable future winner. First race he galloped off into retirement, and 10-year-old Red Rose Zorro wins her penultimate race. Heartwarming stories here at Catterick.
in the field, Kosa Matsuki at Ascot in September. Is on, those come off, and as I said, betting suggests that he might come forward again on his third start, but not a huge big type, unlike Just Romeo, the stable companion, who is a classic son of Sergei Prokofiev. He's really throwing his horses in this big, strong looking shape. So Just Romeo is a horse potentially for further on. He's not overly fancied today, unlike his stable companion, who's coming in for support now. I wanted to mention Panama Black quickly. I didn't think he ran too badly at Newbury on soft ground back 12 days ago, and I'm interested to see how he gets on. But we will head now for the second time tonight.
They're off and racing, jumping away and out to the left a bit. Blue Seeker there from that wide draw. Manara a little bit slowly away, as indeed was Just Romeo. But up front, Westacre, the Newcastle winner, away well. Nahi's on the outside, racing pretty keenly though, and is pulling his way now alongside, in fact now to go on. So it's Nahi clearly in front from Westacre, followed then by Gallant in third place, and then Panama Black in fourth. In behind those races Kasuma Metsuki, and they're followed by Packet of Biscuits in the middle of the pack. On the rail next is Newlyn School, followed by Blue Seeker on the outside. Held up is So Darn Hot, and the back two, well, they remain right at the back of the field, Just Romeo in company with Manara. But up front, Nahi. Now, Nahi has been racing with plenty of enthusiasm. Can he have enough in reserve to fend off Westacre and Gallant, who are coming strongly now to make their challenges? Gallant down the middle of the track, draws alongside Nahi. Between them is Westacre. These are a little way clear from So Darn Hot, who's running on nicely, but now Gallant forges on. Gallant finds another gear. Gallant sees off Westacre. Gallant to go on and win it. Gallant from Westacre. Good, strong late run from So Darn Hot around the outside. He was a closing third, and Packet of Biscuit shaped fine as well in behind him.
Well, that's a nice performance from Gallant on his second start, and he's come up against a horse who had to shoulder a penalty in Westacre, and he showed him what he's made of. This is a nice-looking type of son of Hello Umazane, who ran well on debut at Salisbury over 2 months ago now, and he's taking a bit of time to pull up too. This is a good effort with Oisin Murphy on board, and in behind you were able to see Westacre in a running on effort from So Darn Hot, who's definitely shaped with much more credit than he had done at Salisbury back in June. But this was a race where Nahi really blew the race apart. He was trying to pull Ross Orion all the way to the front, which he did, and well, that early speed he exerted, he wasn't able to pull it off in the end. But to his credit, he still stuck on for a bit of the time when Gallant and Westacre came to him. And considering he was off for such a long time, I think there's a lot to say about that effort, and he'll be interesting going forward. But you can see at this point, Gallant was able to really click into another gear. Westacre, well, he did well having to shoulder a penalty. And as I said, So Darn Hot from the back has stayed on nicely. Kevin Philippat-Tafoy will be pleased with how well that horse has done. He's settled nicely, and he's clearly improved for that wind surgery too. But watching it again from the head on, you can see Gallant probably got a very good toe into the race after the speed that Nahi showed throughout. Westacre couldn't really find that extra gear when he was asked to, and then it was all over for Oisin Murphy. A very straightforward, solid performance from the son of Hello Umazane. Tongue ties clearly benefited him as well, and it'll be good to catch up with the champion jockey-elect, who's ridden yet another winner this season, and mark that winner 191 of the year.
Also racing away well is True Nation, also in black and orange black with orange stars and an orange cap. Also prominent is Temper Trap in the yellow and white, and just tucked in behind them races Zumati in the black and red in the noseband. Further towards the inside, the silver and pink of Believe Me Now. Deeper out of those down the centre, Selby's Joy is racing centre pack, and then behind those, Angel of the Bay towards the inside, sitting back in the field. Tacitus is well back, so too Chinese Spirit. The slow starter Bullseye is well back in the field, and so too is Selby's Joy in 2 shades of blue. Leaving the backstretch behind them and swinging right-handed inside the 5, and up front is Doomsday, showing the way by a neck to Temper Trap, racing in second place. They're followed through in third position to the inside by True Nation. A little bit deeper out, Liberty Looming, and between those horses, still well placed, is Zumati. Behind those, a little bit wider, Liberty Looming is next in the field from Chinese Spirit and Tacitus, and they're followed by Angel of the Bay towards the inside. Further towards the inside rail is Believe Me Now. Bullseye still well back in the field, so too Selby's Joy as they continue their journey back towards the final couple of furlongs. On the inside rail, Believe Me Now. Selby's Joy has picked up behind that one, looking for room though. True Nation still well there. Temper Trap still ploughing down the centre of the course. Just behind those is Doomsday trying to stay with them. Angel of the Bay trying to pick up deep on the track, and so too Zumati. Back inside the furlong they go then. Temper Trap having a set 2 with True Nation over on the far side. Believe Me Now trying to stay on. It's going to rest between these. It's True Nation driven out by Sheenor for a treble. True Nation goes on to win to Temper Trap. Believe Me Now was back in third from Selby's Joy, and they were in front of Zumati and Doomsday.
So yeah, the cheek pieces were left off last time for True Nation, and she missed the break and finished a well-beaten 9th of 14 at Beverley. They weren't on today, but she did break better today. She's raced close up, and she has won for the second time in her 16-race career, and both those wins coming this year. She won at Nottingham in an apprentice handicap off the same mark today, back in summer, and that's a treble here today here at Musselburgh for O'Sheenor. He won the opener for Richard Fahey. He's a winner for Ian Jardine, and True Nation completes the treble for O'Sheen. Temper Trap under David Allen has slung down a challenge inside the closing stages as the two of them had a bit of a set 2, but Temper Trap just found adrift at the line by probably about a neck or so. Believe Me Now in the inside, so close to giving Ian Jardine a treble. She was up there in the firing line entering the final furlong, and she finishes in third place, but they're all behind True Nation, who is an 8-1 winner of our penultimate race of the afternoon. The form's been moderate, to be honest, since that, apart from that good second, the form's been moderate since the breakthrough success at Nottingham in June. 8th 3 runs ago at Wolverhampton, beaten over 10 lengths. Then in an amateur riders handicap at the end of July, beaten 7 lengths into 6th place, ridden by Joshua Brown on that occasion. But just trying to shake things up a bit. The pieces were left off last time when
that Bala Stars in mid-division in company with a deal against Stormy Master and Bondi Boy Blue with Tullyho Fort, back marker of the 10, who are covered by about 8 lengths as they head up in front of the enclosures. Good run before they get to fence number 2, and it is Father Gilligan's Voyage in the yellow and black halved colours, who has the advantage of just over a length to Le Grand Ver in the pink and black in the centre. On the inside is Bear With Me Now, red cap and green and white silks. The cheek pieces of Okadango Boy races 3 wide as they race downhill towards number 2 in quarters of black and pink. The front group of 4 being tracked by Bala Star in maroon and white, fitted with a noseband and cheek pieces, as Okadango Boy comes to join Father Gilligan's Voyage at fence number 2. Front group are safely out over it. Deal again lost a place in jumping to Stormy Master. Tullyhogue Fort is still the back marker. So nicely tightly grouped, they continue to run on towards number 3, with Father Gilligan's Voyage striding on once again in the hands of Connor Stonewalsh over Bear With Me Now and Okadango Boy 2 and 3. Le Grand Ver and Bala Star, repeat, that is behind this one. Being followed by Stormy Master. Bondi Boy Blue was racing a shade Keeling green and yellow, with Deal Again in black and white, and Tullyhogue Fort in the light blue colours brings up the rear of the field. So right-handed they race at a steady tempo, heading towards the first of the 2 climbing fences, and Father Gilligan's Voyage once again has company as he goes out over the ditch, with Bear With Me Now and Okadango Boy in close pursuit. Ballast Star with a noseband and the maroon sleeves is on the inside, with Bondi Boy Blue, Stormy Master, and repeat that. Deal Again is next as they have cleared the opening 5 fences with the first circuit under their belt in this Cleavera handicap chase. Stormy Master last but one, and Tullyhogue Fort, twice placed this year, brings up the rear of the field. But it is the former Punchestown Festival winner, Father Gilligan's Voyage, on the inside. Got a narrow advantage over Bear With Me Now and Okadango Boy. Le Grand Ver in the pink sleeves is in a close 4th position, with Bala Star next in a handicap for his first start over fences. Repeat that under restraint, the red jacket with the green sleeves, as the pace has been pretty sensible over the first circuit. Bondi Boy Blue races on the inside. Stormy Master is next, with Deal Again and still Tullyhogue Fort bringing up the rear. But it is Father Gilligan's Voyage who won the 2023 Bishop's Court Cup. He has the advantage in the hands of Connor Stonewalsh, racing downhill over Bear With Me Now, and Hugh Morgan was second at Wexford on his penultimate start. Le Grand Ver and Keith Donoghue seeking a doubles in third, with the strong travelling Bala Star and Daniel King on the inside. Okadango Boy has just lost his position slightly, now races in the 5th spot in the hands of Gavin Broder. He's got the strong travelling Bondi Boy Blue, hasn't fully settled yet for Danny Mullins behind. Deal Again is on the inside with the white sleeves. Stormy Master and Darrow Keefe just trying to improve his position as they head out over fence number 8. Good jump once again by the leader. Repeat that is another one that's lost his position slightly. Now just has one behind in the red and green colours, and that is Tullyhogue Fort, who's never left the rear of the field in the hands of Paul O'Neill. So right-handed, meeting the climbing ground, they head on their way towards fence number 9. It is the second of the regulations, and as they went out over it, Stormy Master lost a couple of positions in jumping. Bondi Boy Blue was particularly swift out over it, and still travels strongly in the hands of Danny Mullins as they go out over the next, and Stormy Master is a faller there. Stormy Master, the first to exit the contest, is a faller at that 10th fence. Horse and rider to their feet as they head on their way towards the fence, which will be the last in a circuit's time. It is fence number 11, and it's Father Gilligan's Voyage on the inside. Le Grand Ver travels strongly in the black and pink on the near side. In between runners is Bear With Me Now, and this trio dispute the advantage in front of the noseband fitted Bala Star. He races a couple of lengths then clear over Bondi Boy Blue and Okadango Boy, who continues to drop back. Deal Again is behind these and has got 2 behind him. They are Repeat That and Tullyhogue Fort. So right-handed they race, and the field just beginning to get spread out as they head out on their final circuit, with 5 fences to be jumped. It's Father Gilligan's Voyage on the inside. Bear With Me Now has always been front rank and is almost on terms with Le Grand Ver for the Philip Dempsey stable trying to make it 3 in line as they head on their way towards the 5th last. Balastar, Okadango Boy Mistake, Bondi Boy Blue pitched on landing in the 6th position. Repeat That is next from Deal Again and Tully Hogue Fort. But about 10 lengths would cover the remaining 9 runners as they head on their way towards fence number 13. This is 4 from the finish. It's Father Gilligan's Voyage has been up at the front throughout, and he's got a company on the outside, but driven, Bear With Me Now. Le Grand Ver still goes well. Balastar completes the front group of 4 who are tightly grouped. Okadango Boy's been under pressure for the last quarter of a mile, but is steadily getting closer. Bondi Boy Blue is next. They race then in front of Repeat That as they go out over the 3rd last fence. And the eye is still drawn to Le Grand Ver, who goes strongly for Keith Donoghue. Bear With Me Now is under a drive as they go out over the 2nd last. Balastar, Father Gilligan's Voyage begins to give way. Okadango Boy and Bondi Boy Blue. But Le Grand Ver travels best into the home straight in the hands of Keith Donoghue. Leads by a length over Balastar. Bondi Boy Blue continues to stay on the inside as they go out over the final fence, and Le Grand Ver makes his first mistake in the contest. Balastar and Bondi Boy Blue, they're almost 3 in line racing inside the final 100, but it's Balastar and Daniel King who has the advantage of the line for the Yvonne Dunleavy stable, takes the Cleaver handicap chase from Le Grand Ver, Bondi Boy Blue and Okadango Boy.
Balastar wins and travelled well, kind of came off it from 2 out, and the runner-up certainly didn't help his prospects by going through the last. We've seen fallers at the last earlier on. Keith Donoghue got a renewed effort from the runner-up, the Grand Ver, who I don't know if it were the difference in victory and coming second. To be fair, I think the horse Balastar was staying on very well, and you can see why he's been backed. Grand Vert actually was out to his left as well. I don't know if he lost that much actually. He wasn't really making any impression towards the end. And Balastar, who travelled and jumped soundly throughout, and it's definitely I think a welcome introduction to racing in recent years. So you can go chasing in handicaps off your hurdles mark. It just cuts out a lot of running beginners chase as well for trainers and for owners, and just makes it a lot easier really in terms of costs. But Keith, just horse is probably getting tired. Le Grand Vert ran out across the back of the last, ran out left. Balastar was staying on well in any event. Good run also back in 3rd from Bondi Boy Blue, who, like the winner, was actually making chase debut. So chase debutants 1st and 3rd in this. Le Grand Vert looked the winner for much of the race. Just outstayed in the end by Balastar, who gets Yvonne back among the winners.
here as they go down towards the final 7 furlongs. Mythical Rock followed by Strolling and then Emma Calvey, who's followed by Estate Planning and then Self-Interest. After them is Make Sunshine, Gear Flat, Is She Now. Little changes in the order as they tighten up, heading soon for the halfway stage. The mile 4 Bellewstown in maiden, and it's North Africa, just with the lead from Young Churchill, followed by Radar ahead, Mythical Rock Strolling next, nudged along is Emma Calvey, who's followed by Estate Planning. Next and written along is Self-Interest, who's followed by Make Sunshine, Gear Flat, leaving behind Is She Now. North Africa with a slender advantage, turning across the far point of the track, followed by Young Churchill, then Radar ahead and Mythical Rock, making a rapid move from outside mid-division to chase up the leaders is Self-Interest, and then Strolling Estate Planning. Emma Calvey falls away, and then comes Gear Flat, Make Sunshine, Is She Now. Coming down from the top of the track, and it's North Africa, gone on a length in front, now followed through by Radar ahead, and then Mythical Rock, Young Churchill is dropped away, and then Self-Interest as they come towards the final turning, and in the center, Radar ahead is driven up to North Africa, followed by Mythical Rock, gone away from Young Churchill, and then Self-Interest. North Africa still has the advantage from Radar ahead in the center, gone clear from in third place is Mythical Rock, but out in front now is North Africa from Radar ahead, who's failing to close the gap well inside the final 100 yards. It is North Africa getting it right on this occasion under Wayne Lorton. Second, Radar ahead, pulling some way clear of the third in Mythical Rock, and then Self-Interest.
That's a fine front-running performance by North Africa. Wayne Lorton got her out in front, got her into a nice rhythm on the front end. She does like to go forward in her races. She's been leading in her races over shorter distances, but stepped up in trip to 1.5 miles today. She's seen it out really well. There was a possibility that she would improve for stepping out in trip, and it appears that that's exactly what happened. She's still in front here as they turn for home. Radar ahead travelled really well through her race and made a menacing movement up in between horses just on the inside of Mythical Rock on the outside of North Africa to move into a challenging position. And she's a filly who stayed on well at Galway the last day over 1.5 miles. She sees out this 1.5 mile trip well, and you can see how far the front two pull clear of the rest. Radar ahead has probably been unlucky to bump into North Africa today. North Africa improving probably for the step up and trip to 1.5 miles, and she's gone to the line strongly. She's seen off the challenge of Radar ahead, and they've pulled miles clear of Mythical Rock, who's kept on to finish third. But North Africa, she's a sister to Ballet Shoes, who won a listed race at Tipperary over 7.5 furlongs for Aidan O'Brien as well, and she was encountering soft ground today for the first time, but she's handled it really well. She's obviously got lots of stamina. She's by Galileo, so no major surprise there. And out of a Johannesburg mare, that mare, Emerald Ring, has already produced Ballet Shoes, and she's shown a really good attitude as well, gone to the line strongly, and this step up and trip is probably the key to her, because she's been running well, and
takes off 7 as well.
With the last couple go forward with our thanks, we'll get back up and rejoin Darren.
Thanks, Niall. So Genesius is in, all in. Going 1.5 miles, and they're off for the Racing Again 19th of October handicap, and it is Green Team who leads. Solar Bentley, Yellow Jacket is right there between horses. The black and white colours of Bitter Lemon is on the wide outside. To the rail, to the right is the Dancing Poet, who's got a handy position early. So it's Green Team, the Dancing Poet, Solar Bentley, followed by Bitter Lemon. They're ahead of Bulldog Spirit. Genesius is undercover. Kreuzer Cymraeg held up alongside Furzing, who's in the brown and yellow on the rail. Heading up towards the winning post first time round, and it's Green Team and Tom Eves making taking it by about a length and a half to Bitter Lemon and Kieran Fallon. The Dancing Poet is in third. Solar Bentley is holding fourth as they go into the bend. Bulldog Spirit is against the rail, followed by Furzig, Genesius and Kreuzer Cymraeg. Heading now towards the back. They've gone around about a half mile of their trip so far, and it's Green Team going towards the back straight, leading by a length and a bit to Bitter Lemon. Then the Dancing Poet on the inside. There's not a lot between those two now for second and third as they go into that bend. Bulldog Spirit is just in behind them, moving on down the back. Solar Bentley now caught to the wide outside. Furzig in the brown and yellow held up nicely on the inside for Connor Murter. Genesius is following, and Kreuzer Cymraeg sits in last place as they pass the halfway marker with a good 8 lengths at least first to last. It's Green Team down the back with Bitter Lemon, the maiden, right there in the black and white half jacket. The Dancing Poets just in behind them with Solar Bentley for company. They're being chased by Bulldog Spirit, Genesius, and the last two, Furzig and Kreuzer Cymraeg. At the end of the back straight, no change up front. Green Team and Bitter Lemon continue to show the way with the Dancing Poet close up. Solar Bentley's now come off the bridle on the descent. Bulldog Spirit is following. Then comes Genesius, Furzig, and Kreuzer Cymraeg is plumb last with 3 furlongs left to go. And it is Green Team and Bitter Lemon. Bitter Lemon coming there to try and shade the advantage now as they head towards the last quarter of a mile. Bitter Lemon to the near side running rail from Green Team. Solar Bentley. Away to the right is the Dancing Poet, followed by Genesius, Furzig, Kreuzer Cymraeg, and Bulldog Spirit. Furlong and a half to gallop, and Bitter Lemon is trying to stretch, and Bitter Lemon by a couple of lengths and is being followed down the centre by Solar Bentley. Green Team is still in there pitching, and now Bitter Lemon hangs away from the rail, heads towards the centre of the course, but has got the race in safekeeping. It's a first win for the filly Bitter Lemon. Bitter Lemon the winner. Second place probably just Green Team, Genesius and Solar Bentley. The other two involved for places.
Yeah, well bred daughter Tabawi's won Bitter Lemon in the Oppenheimer colours. William Haggis trained Kieran Fallon, continuing his fine run of form in the saddle. Green Team is second for Ian Williams and Tom Eves. Possibly Genesius back in third for Sir Mark Prescott, and Morgan Cole will confirm that in due course. But well done, Martin. Keen on her before, and she's won nicely.
She's won easily, hasn't she? Yeah, positive ride from Kieran. She's obviously a filly that's improved for blinkers and soft ground, and she's dominated really, hasn't she? In the end, kicked off the turn, and from that point when she got the stands rail, she was always going to be quite difficult to peg back. She did drift off a true line, but she was out in the clear at the point that she did it. Good run from Green Team. Solar Bentley found the track probably a little bit too sharp. I think he's ended up in fourth, and Genesius could never quite get a clean run through from off the pace, and Bitter Lemon was away and gone through that final furlong.
Enjoyable afternoon. Normally you're looking at young horses coming through, but I think we need to tip our cap to Red Rose Zorro, and in our first race was Foreseeable Future. He's galloped off into retirement.
Yeah, Foreseeable Future has been a multiple winner, and a nice way to end his career. And as you say, Red Rose Zorro, bit of a legend here at Catterick.
Martin,
miles as well. Will he get a run through from there? On their outside is Dianara. There is a gap now for Chalk Mountain as they come now inside the final furlong. Far side Bell Shot. Chalk Mountain, though, coming alongside. Thapa VC is the last challenger, and a big challenger on the far side too, but Chalk Mountain's too good and wins again. Thapa VC and State Flag were the next ones, followed by Bell Shot.
Chalk Mountain gets the hat-trick up for Stuart Kitto and Rob Hornby and does it at the expense of Thapa VC and State Flag, who runs a big race in behind after suffering plenty of traffic problems. But there was no issue for Chalk Mountain, who is really thriving since returning to the all-weather, and this horse has come out of stall 2, and Rob Hornby's kept it pretty simple all the way round. You can see Thapa VC was running on strongly to run another very admirable race. You can never knock the horse with Jim Crowley back on board, and it'd be good to re-watch the run through for State Flag, as Trevor Whelan was desperate for the gaps, and you thought they were going to appear, but when they did, it was all just a bit too late, as Chalk Mountain had already got to the front. You can watch it from this stage, and at this stage State Flag was actually ahead of Chalk Mountain, and Chalk Mountain was just waiting for the cutaway to appear. And at this point I was thinking State Flag is travelling ever so well, and where was Trevor Whelan going to go? Came around the wide outside, but it was just getting inconvenienced all the way round by Dianara, whereas Chalk Mountain was just waiting for the gap to appear down the middle, which did perfectly. Thapa VC went the furthest way round the far side. He does get his gap, but I think Rob Hornby was well placed to stay in the position he did, because it's really served him very nicely, whereas it looked like State Flag got shuffled back a good bit, and that cost her placings. But as you saw from this side, I think we'll get another look at Dianara, who starts drifting out wide, and that just makes life really difficult for State Flag, who's just following that horse in behind. So that closes a few doors. Chalk Mountain's still going really, really well here, and Rob Hornby's just allowed him to wait for the gap to open. Thapa VC's gap does appear, but yeah, I think fair credit to Rob Hornby for sticking where he did, because that's worked out very nicely. This horse is really thriving, as I said, and you'd imagine they'll be hoping to get him out pretty soon again in this vein of form.
those reeler in for Paul Mulrennan, just tucked in behind the pace in company with Star of Markinch and Rowan Scott a little bit deeper, and they're followed through by Strike Rate on the outside of Crystal Guard, and still at the back is Bamboo Bay. No movers yet from Rhys Elliott on that one. At the end of the back stretch and swinging right-handed then back towards the final 5 furlongs they come, and still Catrake Force, who's made all so far for Oliver Stammers, shows the way by a length and a half to Rory the Cat as Sheena looking for that 4th win on the day. On the inside is Reeler In. Back behind those in 4th position, Star of Markinch is followed through by Crystal Guard, then Strike Rate, and Bamboo Bay is going to have to pass them all to win, and they're back towards the final 3 furlongs. Catrake Force just trying to squeeze off the front here, leads up by 3 parts of a length to Rory the Cat. Reeler In, Strike Rate down the centre making ground. Behind those kept going is Star of Markinch. Crystal Guard to the far side. Bamboo Bay is starting to pick up, but with some running to do. Down towards the final couple of furlongs they come. Rory the Cat takes on Catrake Force to the far side. Reeler In behind those. Crystal Guard is next, followed by Star of Markinch. Bamboo Bay is not really getting there. Strike Rate's now last. Back inside the final furlong they come. Rory the Cat to the near side. Catrake Force to the far side. These two settling down to fight it out from Crystal Guard and trying to finish Reeler In. Catrake Force on the far side. Near side, Reeler In's coming strongly between horses. Rory the Cat, they race up towards the line. That is desperate. Near side finishing off well, Reeler In, far side Catrake Force. Between them was Rory the Cat. They were followed by Crystal Guard.
Reel Her In has got there. Reel Her In has mugged Rory the Cat in the closing stages and has flew home Reel Her In to win on her 2nd run for Ben Haslam since coming from Gavin Cromwell, and it's a breakthrough success. She was not from 3 on turf before today, not from 1 on the all weather, not from 5 over hurdles, and she has won after that 2-length 5th at Newcastle last time over 2 miles. She's dropped in trip here. She's in 3rd place at the moment and apparently going nowhere. Rory the Cat and Catrake Force are a real set to. They've maybe softened each other up, but just look how much ground. She's just carrying ahead to one side. She's just hanging, isn't she? She wants to come the other way and just a shot at the moment, but she just straightened out by Paul Mulrennan and has taken off. And is probably won by a neck going away. In a few strides no, she'd have been a length in front. She wins here off a mark of 57, and well, some of them just never got involved. Bamboo Bay was held up last at one point, never get involved. Strike Rate on the right of short ran wide round the bend and has finished in last place. Crystal Guard was held up by Kaya Fraser and has never got any closer than 4th at the end. Star of Markinch likewise. Catrake Force has led for most of the way, had a right set to with Rory the Cat from about 3 down, and just look at that, Paul Mulrennan head down in the end. A 7-2 winner here, Reel Her In, and she wins at the first time
Chaos, Velvet and Vine, Nomenclature now back fifth, racing together Wisdom of Hindsight and Separate Island are followed by Black Soul as they race inside their final mile. Rodney Bay, Lee Roach from Diaba and Dylan Brown McMonigal, followed by Beautiful Chaos and Shane Markey to the inside of Velvet and Vine, who is the man of Joey Sheridan. This quartet being followed by Nomenclature, Wisdom of Hindsight next, and Sceptred Isle, was followed by Patrick Street, and then Arch Enemy, 10th Amendment next, and then comes Black Soul. They've passed halfway, heading to the far end of the back straight, the Johnny Cairns Memorial Handicap. Rodney Bay by length to Diaba, 3 parts of a length back to Velvet and Vine, then Beautiful Chaos, Nomenclature next. 10th Amendment is improved on the inside of Sceptred Isle, followed by Patrick Street and Wisdom of Hindsight. Starting to edge a little bit closer is Black Soul, and then Arch Enemy, who's followed by Kyla and Spanish John. Tailing off is King's Prince as they run round the home turn, and Rodney Bay is starting now to get bogged down as Diaba goes for home, followed by Beautiful Chaos. Behind them is Velvet and Vine and Patrick Street next, followed by Arch Enemy. Racing down to the final quarter, it's Diaba the leader from Beautiful Chaos, followed by Patrick Street. On the outside is Arch Enemy with Sceptred Isle. These are being followed by Black Soul, and Kyla is next, is starting to gear up. Kyla racing towards the final furlong, and Arch Enemy, the grey right in the centre, has come to the front, followed by Kyla. Sceptred Isle over on the far side is Beautiful Chaos, then Diab and Black Soul, but it's Arch Enemy in front from Beautiful Chaos, being followed then by Sceptred Isle, and Kyla is next, with the leader and winner will be Arch Enemy from Beautiful Chaos, who's just second from Sceptred Isle, Black Soul. Kyla.
Arch Enemy has got it done, stepping up in trip to an extended 1.5 miles. She stayed on really well. She's a filly who, as I was saying beforehand, when things drop her way, she is a talented filly. She just needed everything to drop right for her, and that's happened today. She likes to be held up in her races. She got a good pace at which she could run, stepping up to 1.5 miles. She'd run well over a mile at Listowel the last time when she stayed on well to take third place behind Relevant Range. But today, up to 1.5 miles, a good pace on, and Sam Cohen's delivered her up on the outside of runners, and she's hit the front around about a furlong out. Beautiful Chaos has kept on well for Shane Markey on the far side, Russell Sullivan's mare, and Sceptred Isle, she's run well as well for Rory Mulligan and George Kingston. But it's Pat McGee's horse, Arch Enemy, who she's deserved this. She's been running well in defeat of late, and she's actually stretched away from Beautiful Chaos and Sceptred Isle close home. She's won by daylight in the end. She goes well on this easy ground. She's effective over all types of trips from 1 mile to 1.5 miles, but she's seen this out well. She's been wide in order to make her ground, but she had clear sailing, and she's hit the front fully 1.5 furlongs out, and from there she's kept on really strongly all the way to the line. The Kieran Murphy filly, Diaba, kicked for home early, but she's just wasn't able to sustain that, and she's faded in the end, the inside. Sceptred Isle has run really well, stayed on well to take third place on a good day for George Kingston. But it's Arch Enemy for Pat McGee and Sam Cohen, racing in the colours of the Black Steel Square Syndicate. And there she is with this one on the board now over this type of trip. Then it might be that she's a filly worth keeping on the right side of, because she does have talent, and with a strong pace, where she's able to come and pass horses when things go her way. She's a talented filly, and she's done it really well today.
back since being in America, back with the Dave Lock name team, and I think that horse has got plenty of class to take the blinkers off, and he might just be seen to better effect over the 6 furlongs. He was in a Group 1 last time where he blew out, but he's got loads of class. He's a Group 3 winner, and he looks fantastic. I've seen him walking down the walkway there. He looks in really good nick with himself.
That's an intriguing little race with the likes of Knight Raider in there, given the company he was pitched into on his third start. Go Bears Go as well, for the reasons that George has mentioned, the old boy Equilateral, and then you got Willem Twee, who's rated 108, and the recent form would be pretty standout. Even money favourite now from 10 to 11, Jeff.
Going for the cutaways alongside Gutsy Girl, but this Knight Raider still rolling on as they head on down towards the final furlong. Knight Raider chased by Zero Carbon, Equilateral, followed by Gutsy Girl. Willem Twee's getting nowhere near them at all. Can Knight Raider hold on with half a furlong left to go? Knight Raider it is from Equilateral and Zero Carbon. Knight Raider back to winning ways. Has won well by over 2 lengths.
NCO moving up to give chase. Me as well in the purple is still running on from the rear. Then Salikia Jews and Lake Teo. Expected arrival. NCO moving up to give Silencio moving up to give chase. Mears well in the
Over at Kempton, though, we have got the 620 coming up, where Ibn Zabil is the 5-2 market leader. 130 for expected arrival. Paramount at 6-1. 6-1 Heat of Passion. Licio is at 13-2. 10-1 Rocket Tommy. Tahitian Prince at 12-1. 20-1 Orchestra. 657 at 66-1. Gazem at 80-1. Crested Cat 80-1 as well. Ocean Odyssey at 150-1. Takeout Rocket Warrior, who's a non-runner alongside Louis Cator's. The
subsequent to that, maybe the
non-runner. I'm just looking at Paramount at the start. Paramount's a bigger horse anyway, because obviously he's been jumping in the past.
It's also the problem with
He's also got Holly Doyle on board.
Real comfortable
Paramount with Holly on board, John, looks like the biggest horse has ever existed
But
ever.
they put the tongue tie on, and we
Well, that's even with the feet out of the stirrups.
we all have given up, and all of a sudden they come out and go. He is a classy horse around.
Yeah, it's a big old fella, Paramount.
He's
one of the market leaders as well.
Yeah, 620. He's shorter than I expect him to be, but Paramount at 6-1. Ibn Zabil is the market leader, though, was second behind Shader last time around. I mean, he wasn't a bad effort, but he had absolutely no chance with the winner. Shader could just be a very useful horse. Is a horse who
actually really
managed to win
haven't.
subsequently and might have a bright future.
Not that I encourage the horse for the sake of it.
No, but he is the favourite. Jim Crowley's here obviously has to be. Well, has had one run on the all-weather. That was last time out at Southwell, over a mile and a half, finished seventh. Beaten 7.5 lengths behind Shader, who's come out once since Kempton. Looks a very smart prospect for Jugmont. Really keen early for staying on.
Here's the second
This horse
favourite.
has a problem though.
Did win
Second
on
line is
turf last time at Haydock. I wouldn't be worried about
back
the
on the
horse
all-weather today.
going on back onto the all-weather. It's probably just looks
Charlie Hills has
a
been
bit of an
having
improver.
a difficult time.
For a race like this, this is most unlike me to be fancying an older horse against the 3-year-olds. But I'm sort of drawn by Lister at the top one.
Ibn Zabil then is 5.
For the Frisbee and Harry Davis and the saddle. I thought he ran a fair enough race here recently behind Lou. Normally people go straight for the 3-year-olds in a race like this.
I just think that it could set up nicely for
Evans
Licio
and Neil,
there with
Short
George
and the
there.
market.
through to lead from Spanish Blaze. Then came Jungle Mac and Apiarist and the Ice Phoenix. Behind those, EBT's Guard is now started to run at them. Inside the final furlong, Great Chieftain and Spanish Blaze and Apiarist and the running on EBT's Guard. Inside the final 50 yards, it's Great Chieftain. Great Chieftain's going to win it. Great Chieftain from EBT's Guard. Spanish Blaze and Apiarist.
Under Jim Crowley, followed by Celtic War and Paradies, finding a gap up the rail and is about to switch on.
next to Native King as well. And then against the inside rail, Highland Spring is tracked by Al Rufar. Those at the back include Classic Encounter, Roeas right at the back of the field. Last of all is Kalamunda, as the leader remains the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix and David Egan leading up by 1 length as they begin the turn back towards home. He's got Newsreader in second place. Up on the outside, that's Hickory. On the inside is Island Bandit, followed then by the bright orange cap of Double Time, who turns in 5th place. Jungle Mac is in 6th position, followed by Appeal to Glory on the outside. He's starting to be ridden along now. Native Kings amongst horses, looking for a way out, and Highland Spring likewise, 2/3 of the way down the field. Al Rufar next, going fine, and Kalamunda's going fine as well, but he's got a lot of horses to come past as they make their way for home. The Ice Phoenix leads the field here as they race down towards the final furlong. The Ice Phoenix being chased by Endless Power from the back of the field. Native King, and also finishing well, Kalamunda, is scything through runners. Kalamunda and also Native King as they go up towards the line. Kalamunda, Native King, Kalamunda and Native King. Not much between the pair of them, Kalamunda and Native King, and they were comfortably clear of Endless Power in third.
Well, it's very close, but I think Kalamunda has done it, and if so, take a bow, Danny Muska. It's an official photo finish. That is it on the line. Kalamunda on the far side. And of course, you can see near side as well, Native King, but they are head to head. But Kalamunda, who came right from the back, and he had so much of running, but he really needed the splits to happen, and Danny Muscat was sitting ice cool waiting for the gaps to open. It'd be great to watch the head on of this race, because he was stone cold last at this point as they came around the bend, and well, we know this horse is in good form. He loves it on the all weather. He was chasing the hat trick recently, and this point as the cutaway was met, he was finding those opportunities to slip through. Native King's by him at this point. First is number 8, Kalamunda. He's got the hat trick up at the expense of Native King, who's bouncing back to form here. But Kalamunda, who really was able just to get that neck out just as he needed to. He's so game for Danny Muscat, and I just think a peach of a ride, really. It's difficult to get those rides to be able to come good and pull them off, but when they do, it's brilliant to see, and he's been a real credit to his connections. He loves it on this kind of surface and is in a real roll, and the roll continues to run good. might like to go on and make all with the likes of Hieronymus. So plenty of pace set to be in this race, and it looks like we've only got a couple more left. So looking at one or two left in. So this is Division 2. I think this is a slightly trickier division than our earlier one, but just like our first division, I'm hoping that it would be Devois
Golden
Choice.
Sands the last in, and they're off and racing, and Golden Sands absolutely bing the lids and got away to a brilliant start. Havana Great Time is right there as well, with Mirador moving forward. Hieronymus just chased along to hold his position alongside Devois Choice. And then there's a stack of runners in behind those, including Blue Light Bay towards the inside of the group, towards the outer. Love Billy Boy is also nice and handy. Lessay's in the middle of the field. Behind Lessay, small break only, back to the likes of Rhythm and Rock as they make their way then towards the end of the back straight. Naphan's got about 4 maybe behind him, include the striped jacket of Monte Linas, Helm Rock and King's Code also towards the rear end of the field. So they now move on toward the halfway stage in the second of the North Farm Stud Handicap. Leader is Golden Sands, still in front from Havana Great Time and Mirador. The two greys in second and third place as they begin the run back round towards home with 3 furlongs to go. Billy Boy is in fourth place, Anonymous next, and Devois Choice on the outside but being driven now. Followed then by Blue Light Bay's red jacket, and he's gone again here on Golden Sands. Tries to lead. Lessay's down the near side, right down the stand side is Naphan. He's starting to motor, but he's really going to have to keep. He's up front. The leader is Golden Sands, but tying up badly. Lessay and Devois Choice find second wind. Devois Choice now just going on from Lessay. Devois Choice goes on to win again from Lessay. Blue Light Bay back in place, and Naphan was a never near a fourth.
Devois Choice comes from an uncompromising position, has transferred that form from the turf onto the all-weather, and hats off to Tom Marquand, because at one point I didn't necessarily and he's held on nicely to get there, and he's done it so nicely to be able to, I hope, Red Napper winner next to me, so that's a good omen, and it'd be great to speak to him in a minute. But Lessay was second in behind, and that horse has really improved on the last run. But this is a horse really thriving and going places. Tom Marquand knew that he was always settled in a good position, but it's whether he was going to find that little extra gear when Golden Sands kicked again out the front under Ali Rawlinson, and you could see he put in about 3 or 4 lengths in between the rest of them, and I was wondering whether Devois Choice was going to pick up, and here he looked like he nearly got swallowed up, but all credit to the horse as Golden Sands challenge just began to peter out. That's where Devois Choice was able to find that. And you can see in second a really good run from Lessay, and that's another hat trick up on tonight. I think that's 3 horses tonight who've gone home. here at Kempton Park, because not only have we got great racing, but the Heroes Charity Night is underway, and it's great
Cuban Harry as they make the approach to the final furlong, and Bondi now is on the attack towards the outside of Power of Zeus. They are the leading pair, finishing off well Golden Strike from a long way back, but Bondi has quickened away, and it's Bondi now in front by a good 3 lengths. A really promising debut from Golden Strike, and Cat and Lady out wider, but Bondi eased down to score comfortably. Tight for
second place is now 2 lengths the lead for Salamanca Lab. We've got a faller, Twilight.
She hasn't got the blinkers on either, but I think that it'll be interesting to see how she gets on now with this yard, who have done well lately with sort of freshening horses up. She hasn't been off for a while, but Dominic French Davis has done nicely with horses that he's sort of given a little bit of a break and rejuvenated. So wouldn't be surprised if Vermola's in there, but not a race that I'm getting hugely involved in. I think this is very difficult. I think Machetti is the one maybe, but just going on a bit of a drift now. Windsor Pass, it's just clearly a horse that they believe will find her day. Will it be today? She's had plenty of opportunities, so she'll be able to pick up from a pace here that is designed for her. So we've only got a few more left to go in. There's nothing really left more to mention. The rest of them are big prices. So let's try for a penultimate race tonight.
Here now comes Arika, 1 or 2 left to load. Arika is in. Imola, the 1 mile the trip. They're off and racing.
jumping away, steady away at the back. Glenn Calvi is the early back marker. Classic far side. Arika's followed through by on the inside. No News towards the outer of Pessoa moving forward, and then comes This Time It May Be. In behind those, in division, just a fraction ahead of Dubai Honor, who's just a bit fighting dead here. Dubai Harbour is on the inside, not really fully settled there. Windsor Pass is next to him, and then slightly further back, we've got Rudy Toody on the inside. Rudy Toody with a couple Arika in third, and Imola pushed up on the outside in fourth. In fifth place, This Time May Be, is followed through by No News towards the inside. Dubai Harbour follows him through. Wide on the track, that's Win Pass. He's obviously, he's going to stay wide and not risk getting into any trouble. But they come down to last furlong. Arika over on the far side in second place. Very few have got into this. Pass, late gains only, together with Marchetti from the back of the field. But it's all about Classic Speed. Wins ever so well from Marchetti, Arika, and then in fourth place, No News.
Classic Speed wins again and does it in the same manner as when he won Atlas Trap back in March, given a ride full of confidence from the champion jockey-elect Oisin Murphy. And the horse really didn't have anything else to worry about. He's won this by a good 3 or 4 lengths from Marchetti in behind, who grabs second. And in behind that, we can see, I think, Harbour. But this is a race where it was all about the win here, Classic Speed. So horse in third was Arika. This Classic Speed returning to the track that he won at earlier on in the year. He's also a horse that had Oisin Murphy back on board. He was down just 2 pounds after his most recent run, but this looked very straightforward indeed. Nothing got involved. You can see Windsor Pass, the favourite, manner of trying to come late, but she was supported again like she has been on several occasions this season, and she just couldn't pick up, and the bird had flown out in front. You can see Classic Speed really enjoying himself. Arika on that side has run a nice enough race and also stayed on, but they were never going to catch this horse Speed, who, as I said, has done it in the same way that he did it back in March. head separating him in the second.